Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Cafe d'Arcadia. My name is Sagril if you haven't met me before. And we're starting off in the cafe here proper today. How's it going? I see Ash, I see Helios, I see Amar, I see my loving wife, obviously. I saw Aslan just not too long ago. How are you all doing? Now that I can actually talk to you guys outside of the chat box. Ooh, a Larvasto, hold on. But hey Nix, how's it going, guys? You're returning to your okay self slowly but surely? Alrighty. It's nice to see you again, though, by the way, Ash. I was actually worried about you, and I was going to send you a message last night, but Lyft drained me all weekend. But, so, we're going to start today a little bit differently. We're going to talk a little bit, have some fun. We're going to catch up about some news in gaming. So, starting off, Dead by Daylight in 2 days is going to be doing their live stream explaining the Castlevania event. I'm fucking excited. You have no idea how excited I am. Like, we're gonna get Big Daddy Drac. I hope to God we get Big Daddy Drac. I just want to see what is a man. A miserable little pile of secrets. And, you know, throwing people around onto hooks and shit. Right? I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see that more, him ripping out people's throats and drinking their blood from their hearts as it still pulses in his hand. I want Dracula. And I want that interaction of one of the Belmonts coming up and doing, like, decisive strike on him and going, and you must be the Belmont. I'm so excited for this, right? I specifically hope it's really not just a skin. I hope it's a full killer, right? getting that a little bit off my chest. So that's the thing. That's the thing next. Dead by Daylight's doing the collab with Castlevania. That's just all it was. Not Netflix's Castlevania, not Konami's Castlevania. It's just title card, Castlevania. Which, I mean, I'm hoping, right? I would hope. I'm just gonna bring that down just a smidge of my ears. Alright. So, I mean, it could have Anime Richter, it could have Anime Trevor, right? But it could also have much more classically styled versions of them. Who knows at the moment? So, I am really excited for that. Dawn Trail. Hey, Takeshi, how's it going? I'm not in VC right now because we're doing some gaming news first. Secondly, we just had apparently on yesterday the Zenless Zone Zero live stream that covered a little bit of details, right? Right, a whole perk set with Sypha. Alrighty, Helios, we'll see you later, man. So, the thing is, right, Zenless Zone Zero came out, told us the order of what things are going to be. We're going to get some Qingyi, we're going to get some Jane Doe, and we'll get, Seth, I think his name is. Is this motherfucking Cruel Angel's Thesis as lo-fi? Yes, it is. Okay. Anyways, so we got the confirmation that we are getting Qingyi next. Qingyi, she's a stunner type. She's electric. She's like Anbi except 5-star and part of the police force. Gonna be pretty useful. I think she's gonna be awesome for some people who want her. I'm not picking her up myself, despite her being voiced by 2B. Kira Buckland. right? She pairs with Zhu Yang, exactly, but she also pairs up with attackers, I believe, if I remember what I saw. So characters obviously like Zhu Yang, she's an attacker, but she's also the same faction. But also characters like Kaleda and Billy and Corrin, right? And like and Ellen, I think, to some degree too. So very, very flexible use, and because she's electric, it's a stun. It's a full. She's a stunner and she's electric. Shock and stun work really well together. So. Really powerful combination. Followed by Jane Doe. I want Jane Doe. Simple enough. But that's just a me thing, right? So I will be skipping Chingy myself. I'll be going for Jane Doe because I have even more time to save for her. We'll also get some hard mode content. We'll get some content that's focused exclusively on the combat mechanics and some harder stuff. So we got time. Right? We got some time for some cool stuff. Next, you might like Seth. Seth, he's going to be, I think he's listed to be an A rank unit. So, like, he's a little bit more common to get. But he's also part of the police force. He's a defense unit that's effectively a switchblade user. From Monster Hunter. He uses, like, a sword and shield. And then, it turns into a great sword during his EX attack. It's super cool. Well, okay, maybe more along the lines of Charge Blade, but you get what I mean, right? But the fact is, he's going to be a rare. He's going to be an A rank and not an S rank, supposedly. So it does give me hope that he's going to be a lot more accessible and a lot more useful to people for any slot that he fills. Longsword gun lance from left. That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, so a lot more events are going to be coming out. A lot more stuff coming over in the 1.1 patch. Kind of excited for the future of Zen the Sun Zero and the story that goes with it. So the big one, and this is the one that I want to talk about today, especially. Excuse me. Fate Grand Order in Japan just had their 9th anniversary. And for a lot of people, that is a big discussion, right? So we'll take it from the easy stuff, and then we'll talk about the controversial stuff. We have 14 more servant strengthenings coming in. A couple casters, couple riders, looks like an Avenger of some sort, couple archers, couple sabers, varying rarities, right? Cool stuff. Don't know who it's gonna be right now. The only one we have confirmed at the moment is Saber Artoria getting another upgrade. So hey, it's fine, right? It's a different system, a different thing. The pity system in Fate Grand Order is getting improved, so that way, there's no more limit on the pity rate. Right, you still have to have 330 total rolls for pity, which is the equivalent of 10 rolls, right? 10, hold on, 11, 30, so you need 33, you need a lot of sync chords. Just put it like that, we need a lot of sync chords. Like 960 sync chords for a pity. But you can get multiple banners. You can get multiple pities at once. So it's good stuff, right? So it is. It's a little bit of an improvement. It's not great, but it's a little bit of an improvement. I personally really do appreciate it. I personally appreciate that because that means if I save up really hard for a servant and I get absolutely screwed by luck, I have more chances to get the servant. and not be absolutely hosed when it comes to the situation, right? So, good stuff there. We finally have more information regarding Fate Extra Record. And I am giggling like a little schoolgirl about it because Fate Extra Record was my introduction to Fate. Well, Fate Extra, rather. With Record being a full remake of the game, I'm incredibly excited. And with Fate Stay Night having its remaster, question mark, released on the different systems and everything, they also announced that they're going to do it for Hollow Ataraxia. So, some great visual novels, if you guys, and this basically the start of Fate as we know it. So I would, if you guys are interested in learning about the beginning of Fate and how it was, how very different it started from the nonsense we have now, go ahead, go get those games, right? So, if you have the opportunity, try to find a way to play Fate Extra as it is on using a PlayStation PSP emulator. Because I'm sorry, I'm not giving you guys my copy. Fuck you. That is my extra disc. So this is where we're gonna get to the hard discussion about this, right? Servant coins got a major update, right? For Fate Grand Order. Servant coins, as of right now, you are given them as part of events in shops or by summoning servants, right? This means for your big 5-star units, you have to summon multiple copies of the same character, not just to max out their power, but you have to go overboard with it to get enough servant coins to max out their what are called append skills. Right? Append skills are basically bonus effects. Bonus effects that add to your character. They are typically, hey Jadobi, have fun, stick around, right? Append skills basically devolve into 3 things, right? You have monoloading, which is they start with a little bit of their MP gauge filled. Really nice, right? An anti-class ability of some sort, usually I want to say, right? And extra attack boost, right? Is generally the main 3 are the main 3 attacks, right? Extra attack being if you use 3 of the same card, 3 of the card from the same servant, and it gives you a 4th attack for free. That's impressive, Nex. So like as a result, right? Those are generally the main thing, right? There's a couple oddball skills that show up as a result of certain unique mechanics or classes, or certain like lore implications. But very few characters have those attributes individually, right? So as a result, appends are really important because they can make a character able to be used for the majority of the content, which is farming, or be set up to do bigger damage sooner. They're really, really powerful. But to unlock them, you have to have coins. About 120 per skill. As of right now in FGO, in order to fully max a 5-star servant, you need a lot of coins. Like 360-ish for the pen skills, and like another 300 for getting to level 120. I don't remember the exact numbers, right? Let me double check those numbers real quick because I want to be accurate. Right. Yes. So yeah. So in order to, 300 to get to a character to max level, and 360 for all 3 skills, right? So you would need something like 660 coins, right? So you need a lot of coins, right? And with every summon of a 5-star only giving you 90 coins, not counting bond bonuses, right? You are effectively told you need to get 8 copies of a single servant, 5 of which will make your base servant and 3 that are extra, right? And then you also have to raise up their bond to level 15, which is a really long and arduous process for a lot of characters. Some of them simply because they're not good, some of them because they're expensive, some of them just because you would not want to use them without these abilities and levels otherwise. But you oftentimes do this because they're your favorite servant. So the big thing that ended up happening was that they added 2 new appends. This means another 240 servant coins required in order to get these characters improved. These abilities are effectively a 1-turn haste or like cooldown reduction for the first time you use a skill. And when you max them out, you can get 1 turn boost for all 3 of your skills total. Really powerful. Really good for certain servants like Arcuid, or those characters with longer cooldowns that can't be used in things like the Koinskaya of Light system, or the Koinskaya Oberon system, right? Things that boost your...
Thank you.
Hi, Panda. 1 more month till you've been here a year? Exactly. Anyways, getting back on track. The ability to do this now requires you another 120 per skill, which is on the can of about 3 more copies per character. Or another copy plus bond 15, right? So it is a very, very... On the surface, it sounds like a very greedy way to approach how to get more money out of the players in exchange for more power on their favorite characters. Ultimately, though, I want to make this clear. As of right now, it is currently only possible to get these coins for these systems from summoning and from bond for most characters. Event characters, like welfare or character servants given freely to you as a result of events, don't have enough coins to do this at the moment. This means using your coins, it looks bad. And, right, coins would need a full update. How much you're using of them, or ways to get more of them, right? It makes characters really, 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 it makes it really hard to want to look as somebody who plays on the NA servers, which are about 2 years behind. Hard to say whether or not a character is worth summoning for without any further information about what's going on, right? So, This means, right? This means when you're talking about servants' potential ability to farm, you now have to look and say, are you summoning multiple copies? Are you only going for one? Are they good enough on one?
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way.
You're right.
If
You're
I
right.
could kill it,
This is awful.
but I legally can't.
This is awful for
But
anybody
consider
who is a generalized player. Right? Like, this is a bad thing for most players. Because it boils down how this conversation boils down how strong a character can truly be. Well, this is where I'll go touch grass in just a minute. I want to finish my thoughts, okay? Here's my answer. For higher rarity servants and welfares and all of that, they're gonna have to address how to get coins for them, right? Adding 5 more bond levels might not be a bad idea. Adding points that you can get freely assignable coins, very personal my favorite. But this helps more characters on the 1 through 3 star spectrum be better. Oh, and I forgot to mention the other ability. It's a 30% critical damage increased. But all of the lower level characters are going to be, all the lower rarity characters get significantly stronger because you can get them very, very easily. You get them all the time when you're summoning. A lot of them, you could say, typically junk. But these characters getting these little buffs are so much more powerful now as a result for it. So, it's a good thing for lower rarity characters, not so good for higher rarity characters, and it causes problems. So, as a result, right, there is a certain creator that has made mention of this. I believe they are very well known to the community. Believes this is one of the greatest changes ever made to the game. Is it definitely like doom and gloom? Yeah, a little bit for some people. But this is a system that a lot of people are not happy about with just on the surface introduction. Hopefully they will address a way to fix it without it causing, mass panic. As a result, I'm not going to be summoning on FGO for a long time until I can see what's going to happen with the system further. Am I happy about it? Not really. It means I'm going to have to skip some of my favorite characters design wise, like Tiamat and Nero Draco. But I'll be able to focus my efforts into making sure the characters that I play with have the best potential possible. And so, it's something upsetting. The best news for a lot of people is the fact that Aresh Kigal got a space variant with the Beast class. And it kind of turns her into a mixture of a summer servant as well as looking similar to her sister Space Ishtar. And apparently her skills are very, very strong. And I think that's probably what a lot of people of this, right? Yeah. Nix, don't worry about it. If you start playing FGO, I will gladly help you understand more of these mechanics. But it's not really mandatory to understand right this instant. Right? But Space Ishtar, I'm saying Nix, if you would like to play this game, I will gladly help you and find ways to help you play as a free to play character. I didn't do anything, love. So, anyways, she gets generally a lot of really good skills, a lot of really good ability to loop, and has a really powerful new mechanic involving affection to the master. And it makes her noble phantasm even stronger based on it, with chances to inflict instant death amongst other things. So, it is Space Ereshkigal, super interesting. But that's basically the summary of what I've been hearing about in the world of gaming, outside of Sony being an absolute dick waffle right now. For anybody who's a PlayStation fan, please understand I say this as somebody who wants to make sure that gaming is safe and not exploited. Sony has openly said in order to steal players from other systems and PC, they'll be starting to do methods where they introduce the first game in a series on many consoles and then hide the rest of the series exclusively on PlayStation consoles. This has been openly said. It has been openly ripped apart. I hate this. So it's not good design. 100%, it's not good design. It's not that they're openly admitting to being greedy. They're openly admitting to attempting to manipulate people into only supporting them to make sure they always get the full story of the game. Always get the full story that's trying to be told, right? Rather than being honest that they are just not doing as well as they want to, and people are not buying their systems for exclusives anymore. And many companies are forcing them to open up the doors, open up crossplay, open up... Lightning, we are doing a little bit of discussion on things like the Zenless Zone Zero update, the Fate Grand Order Anniversary update, and the Sony situation. So, as a result, right, they've openly admitted to basically saying, we don't make enough money, so now we're going to force you guys, if you guys want the complete story, to then do what we want. Which I don't think is... Like, okay, fine. You want to release exclusive games? Release exclusive games. Go on ahead. Right? You've done that for long enough, Sony. Do it again. Right? I'm not going to support PlayStation as a result of that, right? If you guys want to... It's... For me, I think I make Halo Xbox exclusive again. Hey, you know, Halo on PC is good. It's Microsoft exclusive, right? Halo on PC is good. Simple enough, right? But the thing is, right? Kingdom Hearts was forced not to be Sony exclusive. Monster Hunter Wilds is forcing crossplay. It was one of those golden disc deals. Either open up crossplay or you don't get Monster Hunter. Make your choice, Sony. And Sony is not happy about that. Many games are forcing the point of you are going to play with everybody, or you're not going to you're not going to have our game at all. So Sony is trying to find ways to force people to be PlayStation, not Xbox, and definitely not PC. They don't like PC, as I've learned. So, And that's effectively what it boils down to, Nix. I don't want to play your PlayStation game, Sony, if you're going to follow it up by putting it only on your system. You're not going to get me to play your game. And so, as a result, like, a lot of this is just not great. A lot of this is not fun. But it's almost as if trying to start the console wars again. Right? The power of the PC, the players, right? The truth is the game was rigged from the start, right? Long ago, the four nations lived in harmony. And then Sony attacked. Right? And then along came PC, master of all four emulation styles, came to unite us all once more. Jokes aside, though, right? Like, the silly Sagro, the console wars never ended. You're right. They never truly ended. We went into a Cold War. But, PC, Sony, Xbox, and Switch. Nintendo. Nintendo lore. Honey. Hello, Slayer TT. How's it going? So. Yeah. So, it's doing good. Talking about a little bit of gaming news before we get some Final Fantasy started. So, mostly gacha gaming news and FGO, Zen the Zone Zero, good stuff like that. So, with that, you're not dumb, honey. Sometimes all of this, right? Thank you, Slayer. Yeah, I'm pretty knowledgeable about Final Fantasy. What's going on next? Because we're going to be starting up Final Fantasy 14 in just a minute. Oh no, I'm not starting up the spiel. And I'm actually going to change our category over so we can get this started. And I don't have the game synced to the window. Clive. Okay, the server is currently congested. Well, thanks for letting me know, Final Fantasy. See, the thing is, like, Nintendo is one of the biggest players in the console wars, right? Just hands down. Like, you cannot talk about the console wars and not have Nintendo in the discussion, because Nintendo single-handedly, Nintendo single-handedly could stop making consoles as of right now for 50 years, and be able to have enough money and then come back and make another system. Like, Nintendo's not a joke in this. Anyways. Give me a moment. So, yeah, I'm gonna go touch my grass. I'm getting a drink and I'm getting everything figured out. Okay, which Clive are you referring to specifically next? Because there's a couple Clives. Okay, Clive Rosfield, that's a specific one. Wait, is he from 16? Oh shit. I don't know anything about 16. I haven't played it. It's one of the few I haven't played. I also don't think my computer could support it. I love you so much, honey. No, I've played 15. I haven't beaten 15 yet, but I've played 15. But let me put it like this. I am currently doing a no complaints run of Final Fantasy VII. I don't. I'm trying to think of my words carefully on this one. Yep. As of right now, I've failed. I have failed that 3 times, and I have 3 punishment pulls I will have to do at the end of the game for FGO. But that's about it right now. Yeah, no, next I'd be throwing hands with Sephiroth. I don't care. Yeah, I know what you read. So, I love you, honey.
Love you too, sweetie.
Already have fun, Nicole. So, but yeah, as a result, so actually, I need to take a quick trip to the bathroom before we get too started. So I will be right back, everybody. No, okay, I'm gonna next. Sephiroth's not the equivalent of Satan, right? He is not the equivalent of Satan. If he was the equivalent of Satan, then he'd actually be good at his job.
Oh.
He never truly won. Let's put it like that. You want to know who actually became the equivalent of Satan and still lost? Kafka. Kafka became full-on God Angel, right? Took over magic as a whole and still lost. Sephiroth ain't got shit on Kafka. So, anyways, let me unmute Final Fantasy and kill the lo-fi. So, alrighty. But that being said, yeah, I don't know Clive. I'm sorry, Nix. You could probably ask me about a lot of other characters, but Clive is just one of the few from one of the few games I just haven't played. Oh, no. Takeshi, I'm not saying. Yes, I spent the time making sure my lovely wife was taken care of, right? No, but yeah, no. Takeshi's completely right. Kefka did take some massive W's, right? He took some absolutely incredible. Did you see the food drink orders? No, actually, I did not. I was in the middle of a whole on discussion. I think I saw a Phoenix Brew and a Rogue's Delight. Hold on, let me. One Phoenix Brew. And a Rogue's Delight. There we go. Yep, Rogue's Delight Phoenix Brew. Yep. And turtle shell bean with. I just had to hover over it to see that it was a potato. And a potato soup with some bottled water. Let's see. Do 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 do. Well, here's a bottle of water first. Give me a second. It looks like a bean in my little chat box here. Right? One potato soup and a turtle shell sourdough loaf. There we go. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, no, Kefka, like, he successfully dethroned an entire nation. He then followed that up by becoming the god of magic, and then having one of the most iconic speeches in all of Final Fantasy about how, you know, his insanity is directly as a result of him not understanding what the meaning of life is. Like, dude was a menace. Not gonna lie. But he had some points. So. Alrighty. Please. Okay. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. On music up. There we go. That way you guys can actually hear it. Speaking of alpaca, where is he? I don't know. I haven't seen him for a little while. I wonder if he's doing okay. Yes, do not let the fear deter you, Uklamat. Hey, Ash. Welcome back. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobley? Tobley? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. Can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobley often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade. Though, who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. So it's like a game. Easy enough. All they have to do is offer Tobley a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobley. Let's ask some questions first and narrow down the field. And I think my model is broken tonight. Come on. I think we're just gonna have to close my model down tonight. Ah, c'est la vie. Let me get my reactive up. There we go. I mean, it happens. Great. We can meet back here and share our impressions. Also, by the way, guys, if you guys can see the chat, you guys are welcome to join the chat. Alrighty. There's Diligent Ranch Hand, Boastful Ranch Hand, and Nonchalant Ranch Hand over there. Alright. I clicked on my kitty cat. Well, obviously I'm not Tobley. I mean, oops, I should not have said that. You meant to find out for yourself who Tobley is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Well, thanks for disqualifying yourself. Ah, visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. I get the feeling this alpaca in disguise is... It's totally an alpaca in disguise, probably, maybe. Am I Tobley? Yes, that's me. Excellent word from the third promise in our entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commit to the right of succession then? I really don't think that's it. Nonchalant. You think I might be Tobley? Well, maybe I am. All I will say that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Wow. Thanks, game. Thanks for being absolutely of no help. Absolutely no help at all. No help at all. You see, we've both done our interrogations. So, who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. I'm gonna say it's the Boastful. Because he's obsessed with his alpacas. That loud, boastful fellow. I suppose he could be Tobley. Only one way to find out. Nothing would make me happier than knowing your identity, so how about we make a deal and tell me the truth? I have money. Then I agree to your trade. As for my part of the bargain, I am not Tobley, not the head ledger, nor the head rancher, just a humble... Fuck! Damn it, I trust you. I couldn't come about the 300 gourmet taco. No. Wow. Here's the thing. I have to go by method of elimination, right? But the thing is, if the nonchalant ranch hand is actually Tobley like he said he is, I'm going to be mad. Okay, okay, good. The head ledger of Wanchupelo and head rancher of the family ranch. I'm also one of Gulul Jaja's chosen electors. Though it took more coin than I would like to know for certain. She found you out fair and square. But she did, when the pity had her bid ended here. Yeah, that's a little upsetting spaghetti on my end, because, like, really? You're gonna hide the character. And they're gonna have...
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Okay, well, it's voiced. And for some reason, the category never updated.
Right. Not
Fixed.
hard at all.
And... oh! Zarulja.
Zorolja.
Zarulja. Hmm.
I am told the head ledger, Tobley, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobley. That's part of the test.
Huh? I don't think so. Oh my god. And you just gave it away.
You're Tobley.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge.
Now, how can Bakul try to fuck
Per
us?
the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered the number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
What? I'm disabling the auto advance for a minute.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
You're asking me to capture an alpaca. A creature known for being stubborn and willful and fighty. Game. That just...
Bring out the example.
Oh, that's not, that doesn't spark me with joy. I have to catch an alpaca.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, third promise?
Please don't tell me it's a behemoth in disguise.
Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah!
Well,
Little monster spat on me! Ah, oh, that stinks. I can't.
oh. Oh dear.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit. As you
Poor
just
Wooklamite.
witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley braid like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
So you want us to catch a wild alpaca?
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with their catching.
Oh no.
The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So they have to do it solo.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
I see how it. I see how why it's.
Said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the ride, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
I already kind of understand why he chose it. Does it mean he'll play as Pokemon? Possibly.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
I don't think it's a matter of
A
just
beast is a
patience.
beast. All yield to strength.
And Zoralja just kind of proving the point that he's way too militaristic.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
And the key word here is not hunt an alpaca, capture an alpaca.
Are you alright, Wooklamite? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
You did scream. You screamed, Wooklamite.
Scream, in other words.
Thanks, Erinville.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
So here's my theory, right? The reason why he chose you have to catch an alpaca, a wild one, is to show that you are willing to have the patience to work with someone who may be afraid of you to get the result that you want, right? Hi, rival. So, by taking that into account, you're asking Will Lamont to have the patience to deal with something that may spit and fight and run from you, to successfully understand it and then go, hey, bring it back. Show it that we mean no harm, right? Show it that we just want a good life for it, right? So it causes this, it's a really interesting, on the surface, like, I'm aware, I'm just trying to get my thought. On the surface, it's a very interesting concept of how do you go about recruiting people to your side? How do you go about convincing? It's not always about being strong and powerful. Sometimes you need weak and soft to work with the cornered and possibly be exactly, Amar. That's actually a really good way to say it. And the idea is that you are, and like with the people here, they're traders, they're merchants. It's about compromise, right? It's about making sure they feel valued and not just used, you know? So it's really interesting conceptually here. Also, I was grabbing some snackies to munch on. As Will Lamont, hold on. Let me get my voice in check. As Will Lamont helped demonstrate, the Valley Alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that a little earlier. I haven't enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those, then. Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, you'll need to find a saddler and make them a Okay. It's a trade quest. How well do you understand economics? You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes around to a million gil? Oh my god. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money somehow. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. It's a trade quest. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into a million? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not a million. So we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got confused with Alphino's million gil. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I just... I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with deal making. It's also not always about money. You could offer trade of goods or services. You make this, I brought material, and I also perform that task for you while you can easily do yourself. Right? And so this is more of the... So ideally, right? It's ideally this. Wilklamont is meant to learn about the cultures, about the different parts of the people that make up all of Tuliohal and Yaktaral, right? I mean, that's the point of this. So she learned about the Hanu, and their celebrations with the reeds and all of that last time. This time, she needs to learn about how the Peli, I think they're called the Peli? The Peli people, do peddling, like, work with alpacas, how their economy works, why they're such prolific traders. As long as Wilklamont goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Let's see about getting that saddle then, third promise. I don't know why you made that offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind then, perhaps? It'd be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Although, Monterey, I think you should go with Wilklamont. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. In case you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. So, yeah, there are small people, and their designs are really good. I don't think they're gonna become a playable race per se, but I think they're interesting, you know? I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea how much he'll accept for his wares. I feel like I'm gonna get a sword certificate, and I'm gonna have to deliver the sword certificate to a Bigaron, and then I'm gonna take this giant's knife, and I'm gonna break it, and then get it reforged. Those of you who know Ocarina of Time, you know exactly what I'm referencing. Havli, what you doing, buddy? Yes, there's something you could do for us. Havli, we've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles. Mm-hmm. Oh, now basket of an alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff, and you've gotten yourself a deal. So now we gotta go find some we gotta go find him some tequila. This bodes well for us. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands. Hold on. One moment. I'm going to add something to screen so we can keep track of this, right? Okay. And we're going to put it over here with me, right? So, to get one basket of wool, okay, is 100 pal. We need taming saddle, which is 10,000 pal. And we're trading from top to bottom. Let me make that clear, right? He wants quality mezcal. Which, by what Mablu's saying, it's for 5 pel in the thousands column. That means it's 5,000 pel. And hold on. Did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle's going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal. Bastard. Aged premium. And he specifically went 3 years min. Okay. That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support a man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zoralja will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Fuck you. So, this merchant, we're going to add this to my little notes. So, Zoralja, the first promise, right, is a warmonger. And so by him, Havli, right, Havli supports him. Because it means Havli will make money from the crown for war saddles. So by hindering Wuklamot, he makes it more likely that Zoralja will become king. Or Dawn Servant, rather. Thus I repeat, what an asshole. It's nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. I can't say I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wuklamot. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think of themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave future the second promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that they have made trade swift and easy. And then you have those like Havli, convinced that the first promised plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. What about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when Yakui ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well, then I guess I better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. I may not have the head for trade, or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up the peace to the Yoha on the line. Not really a historian, Amar, but much more akin to... She's much more akin to a child of peace raised on the knowledge of war. Right? Those who do not learn from their past are doomed to repeat it. She wants to stop the repetition, if that makes sense. I mean, in that sense, yeah, she kind of is a historian. Aiming for that 10,000 pel drug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. I mean, yeah, there's that guy who just walked in, you know? Of course, the Weaver. Bulnock was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision. He was there to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to the road where we first met him. It's not necessarily her first thing, but something that she knows. Right? Hold on. Mount Guide. First off, we're going to get Old Reliable back out. So if you guys don't know who my Chocobo is right here, this little guy, this very friendly little guy. Hold on, he's not looking very friendly right now. Hold on. Hold up. It's under companion. Hold on. What's your character, armory, chocobo, companion? Here we go. We're gonna put your old school lumens and stuff on. Anyways, fix this proper. So, for those of you who've not met him, this is Barnaby. Barnaby is my chocobo. And in this game, you can actually summon them and level them up and everything. I just don't have any Geishel Greens on me to summon him right now. But he can just come and vibe with us. Yeah, so Barnaby's also the first mount that I got because you can do the quest really early to get them. But I haven't brought him out in a long time, so I'm bringing Barnaby out. I also can change his color, but I haven't changed his color yet. I've been considering what color to make him. This is the spot. After Bullnock talked to us, he walked off to the south. He is probably going to Nicuvio's Inn. Most visitors to watch Pello end up staying there. Let's go check it out, shall we? Yeah, you need to stretch your legs a little while, buddy. History is not my specialty either, Amar, until it comes to certain topics. I enjoyed it. Did you know the original color number on the clock face was a royal blue? This was back in the 1800s, and the city was in heavy coal use, which kept the blue turning the blue into black. So eventually, on one of the times they just started painting the numbers black instead of blue. Interesting. Can I have the basket? Here you go. There you go, Wooklamat. Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Negotiation! Start! Bullnock, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? The promise. You wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? So, we're just going to explain to you the summary real quick. I'm just going to shrink our little notes window right here. And we'll hide it. We'll keep it open, but we'll hide it for now. And we'll open it back up when we're updating it. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium Nezcal. Allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tyrol, it allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace wins the throne. Thus, I do humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fit 5 pel in the hundreds column. Okay, update. We have turned one basket of wool into a wool poncho. For 500. So now we need to find somebody who's into ponchos, right? You've quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because I remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one you're instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Aaronville would never let me hear the end of it. It's time to find the next deal. Excellent trade! Okay. So now... leveraging connections is a sound strategy. We should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. I don't know. But how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? That's the obvious answer, isn't it? Look for a person without a poncho and hope that they're eager to buy ours. There you go. We find the demand for our supply. So where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There may be some interested travelers. A lot of Mamuja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably lance guard or sellswords. Mamuja who soldier for a living prefer not much above the waist. Hampers their movements. So even if they have bare shoulders, Mamuja carrying arms can be struck off the list. Oh, okay. Hold up. He's carrying weapons. You're resting. Okay, hold up. I'm kind of torn, right? See, that's the thing, right? Yes. Because that's the thing, right? The hard-bitten Hubigu has the swords and the shield, right? The resting Hubigu is he's already dressed up, right? The sweaty one is already hot enough. I'm probably disconcerted, right? I want to say it's probably him, right?
Thank you.
Hey, Garlic. Yeah, we're all over in Alpaca Land. Right? So. Hey, buddy, you looking pretty chilly. Hello there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. It was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here, and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. Hey! I'm actually a tool maker from Tulyalhal. I was just dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. Look at this fine poncho we have. What a splendid poncho. This would be a perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. So we got a hatchet. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it 1 pel in the thousands. We doubled.
Not as good as quintuple, but we double.
Hey, Amar.
Hey.
I mean, we can't always quintuple every time, right?
I know, that'd be going way too fast if we quintupled every time.
Yeah. But hey, a fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Miplu's mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. Oh, hey, there's a lead.
About to say, this is getting better and better.
Like I said, I'm enjoying these quests because like you get to see the cultures of these areas, like really well instead of just kind of passing through real quick because the world's ending. I like this, right?
And as no. yes, apothecary, but also traveling merchant myself. It's so satisfying.
Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. And Wooglamot flinches. These ones will be the calm type, right? I don't know. Hey, alpaca. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, alpaca.
We are in Final Fantasy, Texas, taking care of alpacas and trading stuff.
You missed an alpaca spitting at Wuklamat. It was hilarious.
Well done recognizing the toolmaker as a potential customer. If you mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. I'm preparing for that. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. Yes, have me hold all the items.
You're here as a pack mule.
No, I'm here as security deposit, effectively.
And pack mule.
Begin the alpaca ride. And it's off to the meat fields we go. Please don't spit. Please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for writing, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we probably would never have become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tural?
Yes.
Yeah. I did it for a while in Eorzea. I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. I mean, that is a tall... Warkor Zamor. Wasn't that the name? Forbidding Sight, isn't it?
Jeez.
One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there. To the highlands belonging to the Yakoi. I'm trying to read these as correctly as possible, but since there's no vocals on some of them...
Yeah.
Learning about peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just...
Peddler, merchant.
I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming salad, though, it'd be proof that I can do this several. VOJ, thank you for following the channel.
Thank you.
Welcome to the cafe and everything. If you haven't met me before, my name is Sagrel. I'm one of the two owners of the Cafe d'Arcadia. We had an alpaca spit on a boss at work. Thankfully, it was a mild one. I've heard a full force spit is just as bad as described in 14. Yeah.
Full force spit is actually a colored spit, too.
And it's incredibly filled with bile, typically.
Yep. And that smell sticks around from what I've heard.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Yakuvio's Inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise?
Oh, that's why he looks so different.
Yeah, so the first promise, which is Zoral Ja, he is the biological son of the Dawn Servant, right?
Okay.
The second promise, which is Koana, or Kona, rather. Yeah, alpaca kicks are just as dangerous. Not sure I'm 14. Alpaca kicks are nasty because they're related to horses, you know? But... anyways,
Ouch.
so
Just
Kona
thinking of
was
that.
the bright green-haired cat person in the engineer style outfit that I'm wearing.
Yeah,
Back in the Hanu village.
yeah, I
he was-
vaguely remember.
He was also adopted, but he got to travel to Eorzea, you know. So it's a very different situation, right? Will Clement was adopted, obviously, but was the third one, so the third promise.
Yeah.
Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took it in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them?
So sweet of Tobley.
Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet, here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant.
That's a scary thought, rival.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, the alpacas are bad. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep training things for your saddle if you prepare for the feat of gold. And it's meat harvesting season. They can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to
So
that.
what is this mate?
Well, okay. So, from what I understand, how they're implying it, it's not actually mate. It's probably mate,
Ah.
right?
And it's probably woody if they need a hatchet.
Right. So, mate, if you actually don't know, is a Spanish type of tea.
Yeah, I do know that. Yeah.
And you have
Very caffeinated.
It's very caffeinated. It's very dense. You have to pack it very, very densely, right? All of that, you know?
Yeah, I remember looking at the packaging for the yerba mate at Apothecary.
So it's so think of stuff like that. I'm thinking it's probably related to that. So
Okay.
mate is actually the best way to describe mate is the bark of the plant, right?
I'm used to working with the leaves with the teas.
Right. And so the reason why you have to
yeah.
So the thing is that the bark itself is what you use for the tea. You don't use leaves.
Yeah.
And
now
it's,
that
and
I'm
it's
thinking
very
about it.
and it's very, very, very well crushed and taken care of. But that's one of the reasons why, like, yerba or the yerba, right? It can be used so much. You know?
Okay.
So, I mean, in that same vein, that's how we have cinnamon. Cinnamon's a bark.
Yep.
Every time you have cinnamon on your cookies or your hot chocolate now, think about it, you're eating wood. Very tasty wood, but still eating wood.
Cinnamon challenge, anyone?
No, I don't want to become a wood dragon suddenly. Whoosh.
I actually got away with not doing that, but I challenged quite a few people to it before they cottoned on to what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got so much hilarity out of that.
Anyways, so that's Mint Blue herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the third promise, and let's get to bargaining. Yeah. So if it's the same, it's supposed to be mate and not mate, then I have a pretty good idea what it's supposed to be. And considering I have
suppose we'll probably see a bit too.
Oh, hey, actually, look. Since we're in the area, I can take a little bit of a wander, right? Yeah, this looks like these look like mate trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah. Because they have to work with like a good chunk of the tree, right? Having hatchets
to get through.
They would need the hatchets to get through, and also to do because if you look at this, right? There's you can see a couple of these stems are cut properly, right?
Yeah.
Like you can just kind of wiggle the camera and you see they're cut correctly, so they can keep growing, but also harvest properly.
Yeah, you have to find the branch, hold on, and swing, and don't hit yourself.
Right, and then you can even see in the bags here, right? Yeah, it looks like it's mostly a leaf texture, but there's sticks and everything sticking out of them, which kind of proves the point of
Yeah. I'm used to working with the already processed stuff, so I don't pay attention all the time if it's already leaf or if it's leaf or wood or both.
It is
It's one
both.
I'm
It's just
working.
it's very, very, very processed. And when I mean processed, I
I'm
don't mean
working
like
on identifying and telling what's what, but
and I don't mean like it's processed as in like it's like, you know, it's preserved or anything like that, but
no, it's gone through a process to dry it out and cut it down and grind it all together.
right. So, anyways, yeah, because even then, like, look at the label here, right? That's very classical tea leaf / coffee bean kind of look, you know.
Yep. That's a pretty one too.
I can probably talk to them. Didn't say anything. Yeah. And it looks like they're aging it in jars and everything. So yeah, this is probably very much classical mate. So, and I mean, I will say this for anyone who doesn't recognize these things, these are not penis plants. Want to make that very clear. Oh, there's an ether current up there. I need to get up that.
Not what? Oh, okay. I was looking away trying to reattach my mic. I had a coughing fit, so I
Yeah.
just reached up and yanked the mic off.
Oh, that's fair. No, so tequila is made using those plants and their flowers and everything.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. That might be why I sometimes have trouble with tequila.
So,
So we're in a southern Texas with a North Texas feel to the grounds.
no, just these plants. They grow all over Texas and Mexico and the Southwest. It's not just a highland thing.
Okay. But it looks arid enough to be more of a South Texas feel.
Right. So, anyone who doesn't actually know, tequila is made from agave.
I never knew that.
Yup.
Today I learned.
Specifically, it sounds really obvious. Agave tequiliana.
That does feel really obvious.
Right. But it's oftentimes also recognized as blue agave.
Oh.
So, and the way it works, right? So the way these get actually harvested, right? There's two types of way they harvest. There's the natural method where they grow a whole bunch of these agave plants. And what ends up happening is that those get really tall and then they fall. They flower and then they fall.
And you gather it as it falls.
You gather out of its fall. But it takes up to 10 to 20 years for those plants to grow to the point where they flower and fall. Right? But
That's a long time.
But those plants make the best tequila. They're the sweetest, they're the most hydrated, they're most nutritious, right? They make the best version of tequila.
Mm-hmm.
The version that allows us to mass produce tequila and make a blue agave sugar supplements and all that are treated differently in the fact that they don't allow them to grow that tall, and instead they'll keep a stump effectively, and they'll let it grow a little bit, and they'll chop off that stump, and then they'll grow it a little bit, and then chop off the stump again, right? So that way it can continuously grow without the plant dying. Because once it falls, the plant's dead.
Okay.
It will not regrow another one of those pillars.
Not unless you replant.
You have to get a new seed and completely regrow from scratch.
Which can be difficult sometimes.
Correct. But the flower, whenever it does bloom, has a ton of seeds in it. So it helps continue the life cycle.
Oh yeah, that definitely does.
So they're really interesting, right?
The more you know.
Mm-hmm.
Today I learned.
And so one of the things why those plants are so well treated is because if they have the proper amount of hydration, they grow really quickly. And obviously the farms and everything will grow them really well. So, yeah. You're Miplu, the owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have to offer? This hatchet. Forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool make light work of your crops.
Gotta say, that sounded pretty good, too.
This quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange.
I suppose? Ouch.
A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the
1,000.
hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a much higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance.
So she doesn't have the demand.
We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise.
Motherfucker.
Okay. Thankfully, it's not Zoralja.
Yes,
Right.
thankfully.
It is the one who wants to provide tech to the world, so he's...
That's a good, yeah.
I pref-
okay, so
d-
I can
okay.
see tech being useful here.
Okay, so the main three aspects of the promises, right? Zoralja wants conquest, right? And because he wants conquest, there are some people following in that footsteps. Kona wants progress, right? He wants to advance the technological society that they have and make them into a very big national power, like international power as a result, right? I don't disagree with what Kona wants, but he doesn't have the personality. I don't think he has the right personality type to be the Dawn Servant. Because he is cold, he is brusque. He doesn't want... He just wants to do the thing and not be questioned about it, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, personality-wise, I don't think he has it. Wilk Lamont just wants to keep the peace and interact fairly, right?
Wants to learn and keep peace.
Exactly. So it's just like, I like Wilk Lamont's desires, but I understand Kona, right?
Yeah. Wook Lamont could also stand to do more than just keeping the peace, though.
Right, but you
But
see...
that also comes with time.
But that, yeah, not only does that come with time, the thing is that Galul Jaja, which is the Dawn Servant currently, is the first Dawn Servant.
Following in big footsteps with no other...
And he's been in charge of this fledgling united country for 80 years.
Yeah,
Keyword.
there's no one else to base anything off of.
Keyword, this is the first right of succession for this country.
Have to see who's going to keep things.
So, and that's the thing, right? He unified the people by doing these feats, which is why he's having everybody follow in his footsteps. It's the same reason why he kept the traditional with Bakul Jaja, who's we all know he's a two-headed asshole that I'd rather stab him in both dicks twice, right?
Right there with you.
But he is a traditional leader in the same vein that Galul Jaja was appointed as a traditional hero. Credit where credit is due.
Jaja's also two-headed, right?
Yes, but it's split between
remembered.
right, and I believe it's split between the head of strength and the head of reason, as they're affectionately called individually, right?
Mm-hmm. Which is really good combination. One that
one is strong and
asshole
militaristic.
doesn't have.
One is magical and wise, right?
Asshole doesn't really have the right balance. I keep forgetting his name, so he's just asshole.
Bakul
Bakul
Jaja.
Bakul Jaja.
Right. The thing about Galul Jaja is that the one who came up with this idea was the mighty brain, the valiant side, not the thinking side.
That could present some issue.
Because the thinking side is starting to sleep more and more.
Age.
Age. So he knows physically he's strong enough to keep going. But the mind of the head of reason is going, and he's like, and because he's been with obviously with his two halves for so long, he's obviously picked up the ability to think himself and vice versa, right?
Yes.
But he recognizes he needs to abdicate before it's too
Before
late.
it becomes an issue.
Before it becomes a big issue, right? So while he still gets to have a sparring with people that he enjoys fighting with day in and day out, as he wants, right? He knows he has to be... He knows he has to make the right decision. Hey, Spirit. So, this is where the three promises and the traditional choice get to come in, right?
So we've got 4 contestants.
We have 4 contestants. His biological son, who is a anomaly in and of itself, right? Because the two-headed species cannot normally bear children. Right?
So either they're not a biological, or that's one hell of a miracle.
The reason why he's called
one hell of a miracle.
He's one hell of a miracle because on top of him being a biological child to one of the two-headed species, a normally impossibility, he has the body type of the very physical forms of everything, right?
But the mindset of
But he has the mind
mystical?
and the scale color of the magical, thoughtful ones.
And yet he's very militaristic and will go for war.
Right. Which is why it's such an interesting concept with him specifically.
I mean, yes, very interesting concept, but ugh.
But see, the thing is, with him being a mind of reason, but also a warmonger, it means he's not just going to be like, well, power the strong, destroy everything, right?
He's going to be
cold
very good about it.
And calculated and efficient.
That's part of where the ugh is coming in on my side, because I can just see how...
But that also means...
That's scary.
It's scary, right? But you also then have to top that off, right? It also means he'll know when to stop.
He'll stop right at that limit.
He'll stop at that point.
Before his enemy breaks or his people break. He'll wait long enough, and then he'll push again.
Either that, let's use an example. He's already the head of the military in this land, right? But he's also shown that he's able to take on the mythical beast, the Vidarama, I think they're called, right? So, like, that's the thing, right? So you have this situation where he's already the head of the leader. He's already shown that he's an incredibly accomplished commander. He's not had any fatalities under his watch unless they were absolutely unavoidable. Like, from the feats that they've talked about, right? He's an incredible fighter. He's an incredible leader in the militaristic sense, right?
But I think he should stay military. If it's you want that as military, not as a political leader.
But see, him as a political leader wouldn't be necessarily bad if he has the right advisor suite.
I mean, true advisors. Vibe check.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Miss Quits.
Thank you, Miss Quits.
So, anyways, so that's the thing, right? So like Zoro Jaja, not Zoro Ja, it's Zoro Ja because there's only one head. All right, let me go touch some grass, but I'll keep vocalizing my thoughts, right? He's a really interesting conceptual character to deal with because of the fact that he will know when to stop and minimize the bloodshed for the victory that he needs. And as a result, you then now have a character who's going to be scarily efficient, scarily powerful, but also someone who individually may choose to take up the sword rather than the path of peace because it would be easier.
Yeah. Sagro, are you having trouble with Twitch itself?
No, I'm not at the moment.
I went to go into moderator mode and everything's not loading. Not a single thing. I'm not even getting... I moved back to viewer mode and I'm not even getting stream or chat.
Huh.
I wanted to ask if you were having trouble because I wasn't sure if this was an internet issue or not.
It might be like a Twitch mainframe issue.
Oh, that...
Give me a moment
I
to
might
top
be
off my
missing
drink,
part
and
of
I
my
will be
internet.
right back.
Oy vey. Well, okay.
I'm sorry. Might as well keep bottling around. Because it's almost empty. So, alrighty. Getting the headphones back on and everything. So, yeah. It's interesting. But like, what the Mott's obviously trying to learn the people, you know? Bakul Jaja is trying to enforce traditional values and making the superiority complex argument, though. So, anyways,
Well, Twitch is... or not Twitch. Discord is working.
yeah, it might be
Sorry,
a
I'm
mainframe
running
issue
through
for Twitch specifically. Anyways,
Might have also been Google Chrome.
could be, right?
I quit Google Chrome to let it rest for a moment before I tried again. And now it's working.
Oh, okay, Miblu. So Miblu so look like it's like, you know what? How about we help you with the harvest, right? Not just
A trade.
Not just trade the axe, but if you help us with if we help you with the harvest, would you give us a better deal, right? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kona's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the field. And you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. So the hatch plus labor added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? I mean, fair. You can rest here if you like, Mablu. We have mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Okay, so this kind of goes back into the discussion about mate actually a little bit now, right?
Now we get to see the harvesting thereof.
So they're prioritizing either very green wood, which like the young sprigs and everything, right?
Yeah.
Or and just the leaves, right? So, right. Corply, have you ever seen someone picking mate leaves? I
So
imagine
either-
opportunities to see such are far and few between.
So either really green wood or leaves and sprigs, essentially the
right.
bendies.
Right. So they're doing so from here, what I'm understanding is like they're doing mate from only leaves, right?
Only leaves and a little bit of wood.
And very minimal wood, right?
It would make sense. A lot of people, like, I think this might also be towards those who don't understand a lot of teas.
There's
Not
also
like
a lot
the
of
devs,
like,
but toward people who don't fully understand.
but I'll be honest, in this DLC already, there is a lot of, like, Aztec, Mayan, Hispanic culture going on.
Oh yeah, so people do understand, which is great.
I think it's wonderful, right? Because it's like, we've had obviously very classical Northern European with the, oh my god, Heaven's Word. It was the Gothic cathedrals and the church controlling everything.
Beautiful.
I will show it off later, right? And it's
But
all in a
wasn't there
snowy
one
region.
area that was very Asiatic, or maybe it was Indian?
Yep, that was over in Stormblood. Over in it's kind of like a mixture of like Japan and China, and a lot of that over there.
Food and culture are things I love. I mean,
like all the cultures, whenever you get the chance to explore them with the side questing that. Oh, and I'm gonna make this clear first. Dawn Trail is very much focusing on setting up this new world, right? This new land to explore, giving us the cultures and everything. In similar way to how A Realm Reborn, the first 50 levels of the game, has you running around learning about how this world works. There are adventurers, there are people who do classes, there are people. Ul'dah is a very desert-based town, but it's not deserty in like in the same way as it is here. It's deserty, like, you know, those, it's deserty like Persia. It's deserty like Middle East, kind of, with merchants controlling everything, with a sultanate and everything, right?
that just sounds so fun.
Right.
I might actually have to say screw it. I know I'm gonna be way fucking behind, and go ahead and get a subscription later when I can afford it.
Hey, you want to know something?
I do know that
You've
there's
heard,
a free thing.
you've heard about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, right? Did you know that it has a free trial that includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn, the award-winning Heaven's Ward, and now the Stormblood, which another award-winning DLC with a free trial all the way up to level 70, and you could play right now for free today?
How long does that free trial last? Until I hit level
Unlimited
70 or a
playtime.
set amount of time?
Unlimited playtime.
Okay.
So
Just
so
up
let's put
until
it
I
like
hit
this,
level
right?
70.
No, let's put it like this. I open up my classes and jobs here, right? How many classes are there? A lot, right?
Holy cow.
There are a lot of classes. There are 4 tanks. There are 6 melee DPS classes. There are 4 different healers. There are 3 different physical range DPSs. And there are 5 different magical range DPSs.
Okay, so I don't have to stick to a single one, do I?
You can play until you've hit level 70 in every single one of these classes.
But can I mix classes in a single character?
Yes. I have level 91 on Red Mage. I have level 62 on Blue Mage. I have level 80 in Pictomancer. I have level 70. I'm level 51 Scholar. I'm level 63 Dark Knight. You only play as one class at a time. But you can change your class and play it at any moment.
Oh, see, I was thinking a mage scholar kind of thing would be neat. Dang.
So Scholar here, is one class split into 2 roles.
Ah.
So Scholar here is... And Scholar is the only class that does. I want to make that very clear. Scholar and Summoner come from the same base class of Arcanist.
Arcanist, okay.
Right? Aslan, we might have a Mar. And so they level up at the same time.
So long as I don't go past level 70 in any of those classes,
You
I don't have to
can't.
pay for a damn thing.
You can't. It puts a hard cap where you can't gain more XP.
Okay.
In that class. And you can do it even for the crafting and gathering classes. You can play...
Unfortunately, I can't
through
get
the-
on my Xbox right now because someone, grandmother, put limits on what I can do.
So, here's the thing, right? You can play the entirety of the first 50 levels of the game, which is what is called a Realm Reborn. You can then go through levels 50 through 60, which is Heavensward, and go through 60 to 70, which is Stormblood.
And you're in Stormblood right now?
I'm in Dawn Trail.
Oh wait, Dawn Trail. Duh.
So after level
Okay,
70,
I mixed up.
70 to 80 is Shadowbringers. 80 to 90 is Endwalker. And this is Dawn Trail, which is 90 to 100.
90 to 100?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I say 90 to 100 because that's the ranges these areas are based on. Okay?
Okay.
So you get the first half of the game for free with unlimited time to explore those areas, do side questing, adventure, raid, all of that without paying a single dime. The only things you're not able to do are like guilds, player-to-player trading, and the bazaar.
Okay, that's so. Without the subscription, it would make it harder to do certain things.
Very few things that you can't do, right?
But they're all people-based things.
They're all directly people-based things, exactly.
Would it stop me from being able to, like, go in fights with people, like, against enemies, like I've seen you do?
I shouldn't. I mean...
Okay.
Yeah, you also can't start a party, right?
I
And I want to
join
keep
it,
keyword.
not-
You can't start one, but you can join one, right? So, that means if we wanted to go do dungeons for you, if we wanted to do get like trials, or we wanted to do raids or anything together, we could, right?
You would just have to set it up.
I would have to, if you wanted to match with me specifically, I'd have to set it up, exactly.
Yeah. You as in the other player.
Right.
Yeah.
And see, like, that's the thing, right? The point of that, and the point of the reason why they take away most of your ability to do, like, player-to-player interactions, is so that way you can't make a free account, trade a bunch of illegal items that you hacked in or are laundering around, have that character or that account banned, and then get away scot-free on your main account. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're gonna make money off of you trying to do that shit. And so...
Which, hey, I don't blame them.
I don't blame them either, but that's why you don't see a lot of people hacking, or you don't see a lot of people doing, like, gold selling, right? Because the free trial just can't. So you actually have to spend the money and risk losing the money and getting your, not just your account banned, but your card banned. Yeah. Right? So it's why this community is so good, right? And a lot of this community are, they're otakus, they're nerds, they're role players, right? When the author of Berserk died,
Yeah.
everybody and their mother went into Old Da, which was said to be the creator's favorite city, all dressed up as Dark Knights, put on as many glams, which is basically changing your armor to cosmetically looks like something, and cosplayed Guts, and just stood in Old Da as a memorial for him for like a week.
That's just poetic. I will see about trying to download it tomorrow and maybe try playing it on Tuesday.
If you want me to help you with it, let me know. I will tell you, There are some classes you're not going to be able to access because you have to, you got to get the DLC, right? You got to actually start a subscription. But
Until then,
the base classes are good. You want to play that? You want to be able to flip between a healer or a DPS? Choose Scholar. I will abundantly clearly say this: do not play Scholar as your main class for your first 50 levels. You will suffer. You want to know how I know?
you tried.
I did that. I was adamant about being a Scholar and not playing an Arcanist and not getting all the DPS. I was adamant about it being a healer, and I suffered for my first 50 levels of Final Fantasy XIV to the point where I almost wanted to quit because of it. And then I unlocked Red Mage.
So, damage. Okay, now I can be polite and be a scholar.
It's
I have
not
to
even.
beat you up first.
It's not even the fact that you could be polite and be a scholar, right? It's the idea that have a class that you enjoy playing to get you through those early levels, right?
Flashy magic.
A lot of solo
Range.
content. There's a lot of solo encounters. They'll either want you to be able to survive the hits, like tanks, or to be able to dish out the damage, DPSs. Healers are not very good at that, obviously.
No, not good at either one of them.
But if you want to play that mixed role, Red Mage is right there. Red Mage is sitting right there. Red Mage has Resurrection.
I'm very much a ranged person.
Red Mage is a mixed class. It fires magic spells from range, and then when it gets its magical bars up high enough, it starts throwing its sword stabs real in, and then bounces out and goes, "Hey, okay, I'm gonna keep throwing spells at you." Oh man, my friend went down. Resurrection. Oh man, my friend needs a touch of help, and the healer's not healing him. Here's a quick heal. The Red Mage covers a lot of bases. You know?
One thing I got really upset at Skyrim for was the bows did jack shit to begin with.
Because they're easily the most multipliable class in the game.
I had to get more, experience.
Let me tell you why.
It was just...
Here's the reason why. Bows are not limited on their weapon by themselves. Arrows.
Yeah.
A bow by itself does poor damage because you have to use arrows. They are a bow and arrow. So, a bow will always deal poor damage, especially if you're trying to beat people in the face with them.
Oh no! Going ranged, I get the arc good. I got one of my favorite kill cams that I wish I'd been recording was an arrow to the eye.
Oh, and that's great, right?
And that was a good distance because
But see, here's the thing. Let's make that as a comparison. Bows are the easiest to sneak attack with. Bows have a natural, permanent 100% crit rate when you shoot them in the head.
That might be where I was getting those sneak attack things from. I didn't realize bow was a sneak attack. Now I understand.
Bow, if you're sneaking and you make a successful attack with it, you get a sneak attack multiplier. All the weapons do, but the bows are the easiest to pull off because you don't have to be right there in their face.
That makes more sense.
So you have incredible ability to sneak. You have the incredible ability to sneak attack. You have incredible ability to guarantee critical hits, which minimum double damage, right? And it's not random like it is with melee weapons, because you can just headshot. And you can get 2 layers of enchantments on all of your stuff for bows. 1 layer on your bow, and 1 layer on your arrows. And your arrows can be just as upgraded as your bow. So as a result, bows feel weak because they have the highest investment ceiling.
Okay. But yeah, once I discovered Cheat Room.
There you go, right?
Well, it gave me a safe space to figure out how enchantments work without going nutty trying to not get harmed.
So, anyways, with all of our labor, by the way, all of our labor, we just got some premium mate worth 5,000 pel.
That's not bad. Didn't we just quintuple again?
We did get just quintuple again. But we quintupled only the hatchet. But that's also 3 people's worth of labor to tip the scale.
Yes.
So if you take that out, right, we need about 1,300 in labor per person.
Not bad. Honestly.
Like 1,350-ish.
Honestly, not bad overall.
Mm-hmm. So, and the fact is that we're also learning like some of their what their economy is based on: alpaca wool, leather, mate, right?
Yeah. Oh.
Mablu, what's wrong? I was just as I was saying before. Even after Tobley's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobley to accept my decision then? So do you intend to give up? I can't. After getting a taste of real trading, I want to become a merchant more than ever. Then you'll just have to be honest. Thank you, Wooklamat! You're about to say the exact same thing I was going to say.
As blunt as Wooklamat is, and as okay, so when she first when she first approached Sadler, I'm sitting here going, not the best choice in an opening line. It really wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
But she still managed to work with it, which just goes to show not only is she young, she's kind of wise too.
She's wise. Like, Wooklamat is a very headstrong, spirited individual. She's blunt to a fault.
Young, especially.
She's young, but she's not young in the sense that she's naive.
No, she's just
she's inexperienced.
Still working on refining her work.
And the thing is,
but
she's effectively had 2 dads to really show her how both approaches can work. As we mentioned before, Galu Jaja is one of the 2-headed species. One that is very combat and straightforward, right?
One that's headstrong and one that's wise.
One that's can take a little bit of patience and be thoughtful. The one who's a little bit more decisive and forward facing, you know? And having both angles manifest on one person, right?
Really changes the way things are and the way people they react to people.
Mm-hmm. And because it's literally 2 heads, right? It's 2 heads on one person, showing that you can and I love the meta narrative that this actually kind of presents. You can be of 2 minds and still make a clear decision.
A Gemini.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, yeah.
Speaking as a Gemini myself, that's a Gemini.
Yeah.
Yeah, forget you're one too. We're not too far apart there.
We're not so different, you and I. But
I can fully admit that sometimes I'm a bit of a two-faced bitch. But only if you really push my buttons.
I mean, Galu Jaja truly is a 2-faced. Wait a second.
No. That's
Bakul Jaja, right?
Chosen one. Bakul Jaja.
So like, yeah, I seek to follow my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tyrrell's peace, and becoming non-servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobley held the same opinion. So talk to him. You're
I
right.
bet that even if she didn't become Dawn Servant, she would still go about the clans and do her best to keep peace.
Oh yeah, 100%. She would.
She would go rogue to do this.
As of right now, the Dawn Servant's the best path. But if she had to, she would fight against the second and the first promise to make
And the
sure
Chosen
peace could be
One.
kept.
And like I said, if she had to, she would go rogue.
And see, here's the thing. I really think Kona wouldn't be a bad leader. I don't think he'd be a great leader.
Not the best choice. Maybe if you put him in charge of something else I can't
One
quite
second.
recall what it'd be. Oh, what is it? Everything
Alright,
okay?
give me a moment. I gotta go get a new drink.
Okay.
I had a fly land in my cup.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, crap. I gotta catch a fat cat tomorrow.
Yeah, sorry about that. Like, I didn't realize there was a fly. You know?
Yeah.
So it's like, that's annoying.
It really is.
That was
Been
a
there, done
perfectly good
that.
cup of juice.
Part of why I keep everything lidded these days is to prevent that.
Oh, like the thing is, I just set it down not too long ago.
And yeah, that was a real fast fly. But if we keep first promise, the first promise was the one that's in
The
head
one who
of
wants the
the
military.
head of military.
That's
If we
Zorlja.
keep him as head of the military,
Right.
and the second promise wants to help distribute tech to places. That's what it was.
He wants to make themselves a world trade power through the use of technology and advancements and all that, right?
I think he'd do well in some kind of position in
A way more administrative focused role would be better for him.
administration, yeah.
But
Now, the chosen one, I'm not too sure. I mean,
I think the chosen one should just go eat a bag of dicks and not be in the discussion. But
hope they choke on him, right?
right.
And Ara Gambari has been redeemed by Neko, who is in a VC with Lorelai.
Ganbare, Neko-chan.
Alrighty.
So, anyways.
And Pride Uwu. It's adorable.
So, like I said, ideally, right? You have a situation where all three of the promises are good at something.
Mm-hmm.
But, and then you have the chosen one. Again, eat a bag of dicks, go die. If it doesn't
But
kill
choke
both
on-
heads, I'll kill the other one myself.
So, the first and second promise have promise, but not necessarily as a Dawn Servant.
And see, that is ultimately
That's ultimately what your character is here to be, is the Kingmaker.
we quite literally we and many of the Scions were brought in as a Kingmaker. We were meant to help whoever hired us. And Woke Lamont just like, hey, I'm gonna hire you. And like Kryl, the potato that came with us in the yellow hoodie, right?
Trial is the little one.
Yeah.
I
Already did
know.
it.
So I could
Yep.
do it in chat with them. They wanted to hear me because I was in chat with them. Because I was getting ready to come over to do it, and they're like, no. I redeemed it so you could do it in chat because you're in chat with me. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I can redeem it again to get it done if that's what was needed.
So, but yeah, so all of them, like I said, all of them have a result, right? But Kryl has ulterior motive for helping Look Lamont here.
I think
Kryl's grandfather went missing effectively in the City of Gold, which has been confirmed to exist, but as Galul Jaja said at the beginning of the storyline,
you can't go until
I can't tell you because it would give an unfair advantage to Wook Lamont.
Okay.
And that's one of the ultimate problems with it, right?
Does the current Dawn servant, all of a sudden I couldn't remember the words. Does the current Dawn servant have a preference for who follows?
He doesn't. As far as I'm aware, he doesn't. He loves his children dearly. And he's the only one we know that he has any begrudging manner for it, but he's doing it out of respect for the old traditions, is Bakul Jaja.
Chosen one, because... Okay.
Right.
So we know he's not necessarily fond of Bakul Jaja.
He's not fond of Bakul Jaja, but he's also not going to dismiss him because he comes from that... Because Galul...
Because he's in that position because of that same tradition.
He's in the... Exactly.
Okay.
So, because he's respecting the tradition that put him into the same position, he just doesn't like Bakul for his own problems.
Yeah.
He's an arrogant piece of shit.
That's one way to put it.
So...
Okay.
Like I said, either way.
I know that little yellow potato is an adult. I can't remember what the race is called.
I keep calling them potatoes, but
they're adorable for sure.
They're called Lalafell.
Lalafell?
Yep.
Okay. I do know that
the one I play with the bunny ears is called the Viera.
Akriath's
is an Aura.
Sunny.
Aura's
roommate Sunny plays the little person.
Lalafell.
Lalafell.
So, yeah, so I think it's Humes or Hure, right? For humans. Elazin are elves, effectively. You have the Mikote, which are the cat people, but not like Wook Lamont. Like,
okay, different type of cat people.
Right. So, like, think like my character, except with cat ears and a tail, and a little bit on the shorter side.
Okay.
That is Mikote, right? I'm a Viera, right, which are the bunny people.
Hey, buddy. You're also tall.
Viera are some of the tallest race. And it is very much a, sexual dimorphism with them, where the ladies are tall. And the boys are twins that are tiny.
Nice.
Right. Wook Lamont is one of the Hrothgar. And this is the expansion that made female Hrothgar actually playable.
Okay.
So, Wook Lamont is a female Hrothgar. The male Hrothgar are much bigger. Then you have then you have the Rogadin, which are kind of like orcs in a lot of ways. They're very big and they're very tall. Both male and female. Right?
They're strong.
They're big, they're strong, they're beefy, right? One of the commanders of the original 3 cities, specifically of Limsa Lominsa, which is like a port town trader, like pirates, kind of Spanish, kind of French, if you get what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
The leader there in Limsa Lominsa, Maroweb, is a female Rogadin. Hold on, let me pull up an image of her on screen real quick. She is an absolute badass of a character.
Give me one moment. Alright.
I'm pulling her on. Yeah, Maroweb Blowethswin. Right? Like I said, absolute badass of a character. Hold on, I'm trying to find an image that shows, like, actually shows her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't mean just like her bust up. I'm talking
Like full body image.
that isn't like halfway pornographic.
Yeah, that's not
Because
what
don't
I
get me
was
wrong.
intending when I said full body image.
Because big lady hot concept. Okay, this is decent fan art of her. Like, this is pretty good fan art of her. Right?
Oh, hi.
Right? And see, the thing is, like, she is one of those big and tall, and, like, she has a custom gun model and everything.
Nice.
Right? Like, you don't fuck with her. And, like, that's in her actual in-game model right there. Right? So she's a female Roganin. And a lot of the people of Limsa Lominsa that are, like, the guards and everything are male Roganin. Like, you can see back here. Like, he's, like, 4 feet back. And he's, like, equal height with her.
Wow.
That tells you how big these dudes are. And she is tall.
And how tall she is.
She is, just for comparison, she is taller than my character.
Been clocking your character at around 6 feet without the ears.
Merriweb is like 6'4".
What race is closer to my soul feel of 4'8", 4'10"?
You're either going to be playing more along the lines of a Hero, or you're going to be playing much more like a Lalafell or a Mikote. Mikote are on average smaller than most of the other races. Hero are pretty much the average, right? Lalafells are the smallest. Like
Mikote, those are the
even
ones
smaller
with
than
the
Mablu here.
ears and tail?
Yeah.
Which
Like,
I could
Mablu
probably
is
color.
taller than a Lalafell. But she's smaller than a typical Hero or a typical Mikote. So just understand that.
That's around 4 feet even, roughly.
She's about Mablu's about 3 foot.
3, that's right, halfway.
Yeah. So
Actually, she looks like she's taller than half on you.
she might be a little bit taller than her.
When you remove the ears.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, about hip here. So, like, you know.
Oh, is there a way
Either-
to zoom in
Hold
without losing? Are you wearing heels?
on. All the Viera wear heels regardless. Their
Oh.
feet are not shaped for anything but heels.
Okay. Yeah, closer to 3 now that we've zoomed in.
Yeah.
Part of it was the angle.
Yeah.
I'd say maybe just over 3 by a few inches.
Yeah. So it's like it's one of those things, right?
So
I honestly, Amar,
can you
I think,
color your ears?
huh?
Like, choose the color your ears are? Ears
Actually,
and tail are?
what I'll do is actually I'll help you with this a little bit, right? Because I just thought about I could do this. Hold on, log out.
Oh no, don't! We
It's
could always do
fine.
this another
It's
time.
fine. I can do this to show off because the thing is, this update added a bunch of different races, a bunch of different races and everything. Because we used to not have male Viera. We used to not have
fair.
female Hrothgar. You know? And like I have stuff I can show off with, you know? So give me just a
I was
moment.
just thinking if we could color at least closer to fox coloration.
Well, right. So let's see. I got a new character.
Although if you can change the tail, that'd be nice. We'll see.
You can't really change the tails too much, but that's why
That's a
I'm pulling up the. That's why I'm pulling up the character creator to kind of help you a little bit. Right. We got here. Male and female typically, right? Elizin, they're the elves. Lalafell, potatoes. Mikote, which are more cat. Rogadine, like I said, they're big. Aura, which are, look, big dude, tiny, big, tiny. They're like hamster and banana, you know what I mean? Then you have Hrothgar, male and female. And then you have the Vera, male and female. So, yeah. And I like I said, I was recommending like the Mikote for you. Right?
Yeah.
Almost all of them have like 2 tribes that you can choose: the Seekers of the Sun and the Keepers of the Moon for the Mikote. And it's usually identifiable more in the ears than anything on these guys, right? So like you see these really pointed ears, and then
Kind of a turn back too.
they also have a little bit longer tail on the Keepers of the Moon. Make sense?
Yeah.
So like say the Keeper of the Moon, and I go bonk. Height, right? 63.8 inches tall is at 100% height for the Mikote. That's like 5'3", 5'4".
5'3" and 3.8.
Yeah, quite literally, right?
Too tall.
And the shortest you can make them is 58.9.
I don't know that one now.
That
don't
one
math.
is about 4'10".
You said 58?
It's about between 4'10" and 4'11".
Closer to Soulfield.
Right. No rival. I'm just doing this to show. Like, obviously, if you want to go like big titties, little titties, there's not like a huge dip. Well, there's a difference, but you know what I mean, right? Tail shape. Here's where like Mikotes have. They have like a little more like oxtail. They have a little more foxy tail now. They used to not have some of these options, but like there's your closest to your foxy tail.
Yeah, that is pretty close.
Right. And like if you want, you can have really short tail. You can have really long tail. Right. There's a couple different face designs you can choose from that, you know. Skin tones have a lot of variety, from like your like typical paler colors to more natural dark colors to even some more like ashy and bluey colors and all that, right?
Oh.
Like there's a lot of variety, right? Hair, there's tons of hairstyles. I mean,
This is gonna be fun.
you have lots of options, and I'm going to be clear about this. I have hairstyles accessible to me because I earned them in dungeons in events. Like I think this one's like a dungeon specific hairstyle. You know?
Yeah.
So
So in other words, don't fall in love with a hairstyle that
you
got
are
right
not trapped to a single hairstyle. Let's put it like that.
now. But
and
also
you can
don't fall
earn-
in love with something you have that I may not yet have.
If I find out that it's let's say this one, right? Let's say this one was from a hairstyle that I had. Vash, thank you for following. If I say this, let's say this one was from a hairstyle that, or like this one, right? Let's say this one was from a hairstyle book that I have, right? If this hairstyle book is tradable, I could go to the bazaar. How's it going? I could go to the bazaar, and when you have your subscription, I could trade you the book, unlock it for your account, and then send you to the
Aesthetics.
The job is an aesthetic-tician. It's a very specific word that fucks with my speech impediment.
Aesthetic to It's getting me too.
Yeah, it's such a word. Basically, the barber.
It's a tongue twist.
The barber.
Yeah.
The aesthetic. Fuck. I hate that word so much, but it's basically the barber.
Change hair color?
Hair color. They do your hair color,
Oh, there
your
it is.
makeup. They can do hair color, style, makeup. And if you have the right items, you can even change race, change your eye colors, etc. Right? By the way, you don't have to be trapped to combo eyes. You can have odd eyes, right?
Heterochromia.
You can have heterochromia, right?
Heterochromia. It's like, wait
Yeah.
a minute. I know this.
You can have things in your ears or not, right? right? If you want face paint, there are things you can do like butterflies and stars and flowers, and then there's full body paints, and then just like freckles and shit, you know. There's so much you can do, right, with these characters. Face paint colors, you can do light or dark ones, right? This game has a lot of eye shapes. There's a couple different eye shapes that you can have, right?
Cool.
So, like, this does have a lot of, like... A lot of... There's a lot of ability to customize, right?
Did Lorelei just squeak?
Yes, Lorelei just squeaked. Right?
Okay.
And even if I cancel here, right? And I would say, okay, maybe I want to be an Aura, right? Go to clan, there's the Ryan and the Zayla. The Zayla have the dark horns, the Ryan have the white horns. And their horns are designed differently as a result, you know? Like, I go to appearance, horn, right? All of the races have, like, different things for them. You know? Like, other features here, right?
So, I have been a follower and watching Final Fantasy XIV, Dash. But until recently, it was never truly an option for me to play.
Yeah, so...
Oh, kind of.
yes, Bash. We're tempering a new one. Anyways. You will understand that phrase when you start playing the story. But the idea is, right, all of the races have a lot of variants within them that you could go and start exploring. Like, even the Viera, right? The Viera is the one I play. I use the, I think I use the Rava clan. Like, there's ear shape, right? And I use the very classic ear shape, but... So... Anyways.
That's so cute.
Booting up my character, anyways.
He actually has a character.
Yeah, Vash,
Done.
I am all the way in Dawn Trail at the moment.
Yeah.
But Amar here may
He
be joining.
willingly logged out to show me the races because I didn't quite have the visual to go with the words.
Yeah. So as a result, it's one of those things where it's... I personally really love... You're currently in Shadowbringers? Well... Spoilers!
Yes, come here if you wish to have spoilers.
But... Yeah.
I gotta admit,
So
yeah,
because
no,
you're in
love
Shadowbringers,
characters.
Vash, I will at least tell you, since you're in Shadowbringers, this outfit I'm wearing is available as part of raids in Shadowbringer. Specifically the Nier Automata raids.
It is very nice.
You can only access them after you complete the main story of Shadowbringer, so be ready for that. And they are 24-man raids, so unless you get a group together, it's going to be a little while to match those.
Sounds like, since it is now cross-plat,
It's mostly because when I say I want the sexy boots and the booty pants, yeah, that's fair.
yes.
I know completing the quest line for the Nier Automata stuff gets you 2B's base outfit for all races, for all classes, but the dress I'm wearing is specifically a the Red Mage caster dress. So, because not all of the clothing can be, transmogged or glamoured over to every class.
Yeah.
Which is, for me, sometimes a little annoying, but c'est la vie. Red Mage is my main too, Vash. So. I am not fighting you, Mr. Bob Mole. So, yeah. You get the idea.
Yep. It's gonna be fun.
You're gonna have a treat. Yeah. Thankfully, Barnaby has been with me the entire time, so. But you can get mounts. You can as long as you do the base chocobo quest, as it's called. You can get mounts. You can get pets. That's where I got the kitten here from.
That kitten is adorable, by the way.
It is one of the tutorial minions that you can get.
So I can have a kitten from the get-go?
From the first time you can get minions, the cat and the puppy, the wolf pup, are the 2 starter minions that you can get. Everybody else has to be earned from events or drops. Hold on, there's the wolf pup for you.
The only way it could get better, give me one moment, is if there was a fox kit.
There is. Ah, you're in the Feywild. I see, Vash. Have fun with that. Let's see. Gobu, the Naughty Nanka.
So I take it the fox kit is probably a raid?
Probably a raid or a quest reward. Like, for example, I got the Omega Minion, the OMG, which is the Omega Minion. I got Eden Miner from a boss raid. Wind Up Kefka from an event. Eden...
It's almost spider-like.
Yeah, Omega's a spider mech. Wind Up X Death, one of the bosses from the old games.
I know, Vash, I know! But for now, I'll settle for cat.
Fox Race with fluffy tails? Yeah. Yeah.
With the ability to have multiple tails.
I would hope so, but, you know.
I want my 13-tailed
Unicult? Ripulu, little horn lizard with a bow. The Great Serpent of Ronka. Scree! The otter.
To get some Monster Hunter stuff?
Let's see, otter, the axolotl, the road sparrow. Yes, I do have the... Hold on, where is it? There's Midgard Summer, Dancelef, Accompany Node, Wind Up, Magic Broom. Some of the, I mean, there was the QB from the event for, Yokai Watch that's now gone right now.
That's a shame.
But
it's gone, that is.
Yeah, I can also summon my friend. That look familiar, Amar?
Not at all. Not at all.
You have access to this raid with the Stormblood expansion. With a whole set of Rathalos armor and everything. And I still need to go back and farm that raid to get the Rathalos mount, so I can fly in a motherfucking Rathalos. Anyways.
I need to get back on my regular schedule of streaming. I suck at keeping a schedule sometimes.
I understand.
So I'm hoping that not this coming Monday, but the Monday after, when school, well, not necessarily school, but when my job starts back, it'll be easier.
Yeah, that's always the hope, right? Yeah, Vash, I have been mostly focused on like story quests and like doing the dungeons as I want, but I do want to grind out more mounts and everything, and I want to grind out minions and everything. So, yeah. So I gotta go find out some information about the Mezcal Distillery. I'm a chef from Tulia Hall. I often come here to buy Gobley's Mezcal, the finest in Turel according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself.
Oh, that's a shame.
I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled that I has to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations. I also might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. Oh dear.
Okay, so less potent, maybe some caffeine? Hot take.
I know, right? Well, we're finding out where the distillery is.
Yeah.
Godley may be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of Sun Perch. Uh-oh. There's not much I can say about Gobbly, but I can tell you what Gobbly's been saying. The other day, he was muttering about monsters prowling around agave jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Remember how I was talking about how tequila is made earlier?
Yep.
They literally just said agave jaws. Their presence made it harder to procure said ingredients and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't really bring joy to people if you can't keep making the things they love.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, I hear you need a witcher. I mean a monster exterminator.
How many games do you play? Let's see how many times you slip up.
So, what did you find out? So, I heard that the tequila factory needs a witcher, but you know, the witcher isn't here, so I think I could do. Find out where Gobbly's working. If there's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery, you go ahead and I'll bring Wook Lamont. You gotta love all the different references you can sometimes just fit wherever.
How many games do we play? Let's
Lots.
count.
One game. Wait, this will take a while.
Witcher is another game that I intend to try to play.
I am still grinding in the background on those during my off days, so that way I can be ready for going into the Act 2 of the game, basically.
Yeah. Once you hit that, you can't go back, right?
Yeah, it's a big like turnaround point that a lot of quests will fail if I don't take care of them beforehand. You know?
Yeah.
So, anyway,
Have you completed all the Gwent cards you can in the area? You're just doing all the...
I'm doing side questing. I'm not doing
Side
Gwent cards.
Okay. Well, I remember that it's a 100% Gwent completion.
Yeah, I'm doing all the Gwent cards I was doing. I'm not denying everybody that, you know?
Okay. It is fun.
They need to see me be a little card gremlin going, cards.
No, we don't know anything about that at all.
Now, what's this about?
How much chaos have I sown recently?
Not enough.
Well, there's the... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were a cat.
We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. We're here, boys. An excellent choice, but I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap.
Yeah.
We don't have Pel, but I can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them.
Didn't you need another beverage other than mezcal, hon?
No, we needed the 3-year aged premium mezcal.
Well, no, I'm talking about the one that you're talking with.
The one we're talking with
Weren't they
makes the
complaining?
mezcal.
Oh, okay. Not the one who was complaining about not being able to hold mezcal.
Right, that was a chef who wanted something a little bit lighter. Still, I'd hate to send you away.
Use latte.
Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal?
Oh dear.
I'm going to die.
I mean, at least your character doesn't seem to have your limitations.
I know, right?
Oh, that would suck if your character did. But, you know, it sounds like the chef could use the mate.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, just for context, everybody, if you don't know, I'm allergic to alcohol. And as a result, I am, I actually cannot drink alcohol or I will die. However, my character can drink as much as they want.
However, you want to see him drunk, give him ginger.
Can't give all of my secrets away, damn. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hubigo chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Uno reversal!
So you're trying to offer it still to the the distillery.
I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. So even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to cull monsters causing them trouble? Keep that card up our sleeves until we need it.
I was about to say, that could help in the long run.
As I was expecting, you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. I love the fact that he's just like, oh, wait a second.
Yeah, I'm sitting here going, so isn't he having to go up to the palace where you started this whole thing from anyway?
Wait, could it be your rumored invitation to the palace to discuss that very possibility? I mean, yeah, technically.
Right?
As a matter of fact, yes.
But having it brought up by the third promise. Sorry about that.
No, you're completely right, Amar. I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. While I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and the first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volok Shunsa. Be ashamed to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments.
Ooh, that almost hurt.
That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer, something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing. An introduction to the Weaver. His name is Bolnak, and his works are highly regarded in Tula-Yilhal. Now, she has stepped up. She has stepped up. Mablu is stepping up.
Oh, Mablu? Nice. Even better.
Our little pink Pelu friend here. As a supporter
I'm
of
still
Wuklamant,
jelly of those outfits.
they're very nice, right? As a supporter of Wuklamant and a keen observer to palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in a selection of outfit to fit this golden occasion. It is simply attempting a proposal, one of which I should like to take full advantage of, but the scales aren't quite balancing still.
Hey, it sounds like he's got a good head for business, at least.
Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? That's a problem we could easily fix for you.
There we go. Pull out that.
Truly, I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes! Give us a moment and we'll go take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bolnak. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wanchinpelo. Alrighty. Time for an adventure.
I love that we both went yes at just about the same time.
Like, the thing is, like, I was making, like, Ocarina of Time jokes about this, and it really did become...
Ocarina of Time.
It did really become the trade quest I thought it was going to become.
And honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, one, Zelda's a classic.
I mean, yeah. Also, the gemstone traders have crafting materials here for the area, so I won't have to go grind them necessarily as hard, which is good to hear. Do I need to go up the mountain? I do. I want to burn the Pixie Kingdom right now? You don't.
Please don't burn the homing.
Vash,
possibly
you have to understand. If you burn the Pixie Kingdom over there in Shadowbringers, you will miss out on some of the best characters.
Ooh, bribery. I like that.
Like,
I may be a merchant fae, but bribery. I like that. I
Well,
may
like-
not always take the bribe, but hey, you got the balls.
well, like, the thing is, right? Like, Feoul is, like, one of the best characters. Which, Amar, I'm not going to spoil for you because I don't know if you saw that part of the game when I was playing it.
Don't worry, I'll probably forget about it if I did see it.
Okay, Feoul is a fiery redhead of a pixie. And
I probably didn't see it, honestly, then.
she takes on the role of Titania later.
Nice.
And she's incredible. To the point where it's like, in order to get her attention to forgive you, it's like, oh, the most beautiful of all the pixies, the incredible, magnificent Feoul, I beseech you. And then she goes, fine, fine, I'll help you. You don't have to be that much of a suck-up. Feoul is so fun every time I get to interact with her. And I don't get to interact with her, like, much in the game.
Which
but
is a shame by the sounds of it.
she's so fun. And even the voice actor for Feoul is amazing. I think I'll try to send you some clips of Feoul later on my.
Okay. I don't, outside of Dawn Trail, most of this game has been out for quite a while. Therefore, I
Yeah.
don't think there are true spoilers for the rest of that.
I mean, most of it's
know?
been around for a while. You're right, 100%. But simultaneously, right?
Yeah.
The idea is like there's kind of this like unspoken thing in the Final Fantasy world. Like, you don't want to spoil the game for someone who wants to come play it for the first time, right?
And I personally don't feel it as a spoil. So.
Because
I
you don't
think
have
it
the
also
context.
depends on, yeah, probably.
But at the same time, you don't want to take away that highlight, you know? Like,
Being as
obviously, I'll
forgetful as
crack
I
jokes
am.
about how... Obviously, like, I'll crack jokes about how the church is totally evil and we need to burn it down to the ground. Oh, look, what did we do, right?
Turned it down to the ground.
We burned it into the ground and we killed their super pope.
But with how forgetful I am, there's a good chance I'll go and forget quite a bit of this.
See,
It's
right?
the way I am.
But like that's kind of what I'm pointing at, right? We don't want to spoil the highlights of the game because there's some of the most important, like, big showcase pieces for some of the game's story.
Yeah, I can understand.
So it's, and I mean that's how Nell treated me, right? She didn't want to
Yeah.
spoil a lot of the story for me and wanted me to figure it out the best I could. You know? And I'm appreciative of Nell doing that, but simultaneously there's sometimes where she had to explain it to me of this bitter Bob I just missed or didn't understand. You know? Oh,
Which is nice if I can get the explanation now, then later on all you have to do is go remember this, usually.
right. And sometimes, and like, thankfully, like, for the time frame of which I had completed Endwalker, I wasn't missing a lot of details. But from when I had started all the way back in A Realm Reborn and some of the details from that part of the game, I had been playing for years off and on at that point.
Yeah.
So it's just like, because I actually saw my total number of subscribed days is almost 1,000 now. So it's just like, oh, right?
I wonder how many seasons No. I'd wait.
Yeah. I've been playing this game for almost 4 years, so. And so as a result, it's very. Trying to remember details from 4 years ago, pretty hard, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm not
Not
gonna say
gonna
it's
lie.
impossible, it's just, for me, it's a pretty difficult ask. So, chat, how are you guys doing right now? I know it's getting late for some people, especially because I know I stream more in the evenings. Are you guys doing all right? The monsters were no trouble for you. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. No, totally not.
Wait, during all that, sorry, I am also playing my own game. During all that, you defeated the monsters?
Yep.
No problems?
Yep.
Nice.
Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobbly. Here are the Monty leaves and a written introduction to Bullknock as agreed.
Nice.
The deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Oh, burps. You know? We finally have the mezcal. You're the one that inspired
It
me.
only took all night.
Yeah, it just took most of the day and night. I'll lose it. You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you.
Nice.
And it seems like she's also introducing herself to a bunch of different merchants at the same time, right?
She's working on her connections.
Without realizing it. And I mean...
I think she kind of realizes.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Excellent trade. Now. Lovely.
Okay, now I need to see.
Even at the palace, I don't think I've ever held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Yeah, fair enough.
Fair enough.
Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Don't tempt fate like that, Nablu.
I would.
We just need to
have
head
a
across
heart
the
attack.
plaza. It's just across the... Okay, I see what you mean with it. Right, Vash? Like, Feo was delightful. This is it, the trade we've been working towards.
Yep. This is gonna be fun.
One piece. Okay, time to make your deal. Hello there. Oh, I'm sorry. We have the nice piano-friendly music. We're not doing like the vengeful music. Got it. Get your tools readily, saddler. We've brought the precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing. A few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation.
And learning a few things yourself, too, there, Wook.
Mm-hmm. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zoral Jah, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu.
Well, at least that's nice.
The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great. Stay and
I
wait
was
if you'd
afraid.
like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long.
I was kind of afraid that he'd go back, but I'm so glad.
The thing is like, I've noticed a lot of these people, like, their cultures, they're honest.
Very
right?
truthful, yeah.
He's like, as much as I don't want to help you,
A
my
deal's
word,
a deal.
A deal's a deal, my word is my bond. You know? Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles.
And if Wuklama carries the saddle, that smell is also on her, which should help.
Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. Giddy kitty. The saddle's ours. And to think that we started out with only a 100-pellet basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you are going to be an incredible merchant. Yep. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. Others will be waiting. Taming saddle acquired.
I love how long Wuklamat's nails are.
See, and the thing is, I don't know if that's like because the Wuklamat's has a unique model for that. Like if it's unique with the Wuklamat, or if it's specifically like the Hrothgar trait, right?
Yeah.
Because like
It's just so
just for concept,
pretty.
right? If I take off,
Yeah.
I take off my character's hands, like her nails are pretty normal, you know. Outside of like the toenails, if you actually ever look at a outside of the technically lore-breaking, I would say this: the technically lore-breaking footwear in this game, simply for ease of modeling. Technically, the toenails on a VR would be in the same way.
Nice.
You've acquired the saddle, then. Yes, and no small part thanks to Mablu.
Any potato.
Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice.
I love that attention grab. That was adorable.
Mm-hmm.
Do they model their appearance, their mask after birds?
I think
Is
so.
that what I'm noticing?
I think so. And for me, when I first heard the description of their people, I was just like, are they bringing the Ukes back? And it's not the Ukes, and I'm sad.
Oh. They kind of remind me of the bird people in Zelda.
Oh, right. Okay, I see what you mean. In Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, which is a specific line of Final Fantasy, there was a species known as the Ukes, which are literal bird people that can't fly, but they wear these bronze helmets that are like that go around their faces and make the bird motif look more intact, right? But they're gifted casters.
Nice.
So it's like I was like when I heard it, oh, people with beaks, and I'm like, beaks, traders, merchants, magicians, Ukes, and then they're not Ukes, and I'm like, oh.
But they're just as good, baby.
I mean, yeah, but it's just
in
like
their
one of
own
those
way.
in their own way. But it was like it's not what I was hoping for. But yeah, you know, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, look, this is something you need to learn.
That look of fear. Oh no. The spitting devil. I just imagine Monster Hunter Quest text coming up. The spitting Snow White devil. Quest start. Great sunken gods, I did it. Okay, that's cute as fuck with the saddle on. He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit. As if he was completely accepting of Wiklamat's touch. That is because the singular scent in which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing.
I wonder how much trouble the first promise is having.
You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but...
Kinda cute.
You're actually kind of cute! You're only now noticing that? Oh, I just saw Zoralja's group coming back in. Zoralja, he's back. With a golden alpaca! Having done exactly what he set out to do. And that alpaca he's brought, is it just me, or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both men and its own kind. So Zorljaw just one-upped everybody. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. With overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Worklamat. Well, fuck you, too! Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war.
The war has already happened, jackass.
To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliolol all those years ago.
I just saw the alpaca wander off.
Consider the younger generation in this village. Since birth, they have basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as a tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned and the ruins it left behind. Yeah! The Empire! Garlemald! Oh, wow. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Gulul Jaja did not elevate the Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promised has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would not unite not only to Yolol, but the star in its entirety. What? Why?
That's a bit far-reaching.
I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done. Well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you now your much-deserved keystone?
Damn it, Tobley.
I don't think there's only one keystone, that's the thing, right? He has always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even Kona. It's like we're not even family.
He probably doesn't consider her family.
And that's the thing, right?
I don't think he considers either of them family.
Like, don't get me wrong. Just from that little bit that we learned about how Zorljaw acts, he wants war to not exist. But he wants people to be aware of what war can and will do. At all times. Which means war has to exist. But he wants to be the only executor of war, so that there is no other war to happen. So it's like, what the fuck, dude?
Which it won't... It can't work that way. It just can't.
Welcome to the Angramanyu complex. Okay, I gotta explain that because I just realized I said a high-level concept that a lot of people wouldn't recognize. Angramanyu is an old Indian term, but it's also something used in Fate, specifically. Right? Angra Mainyu is the identifier of someone to bear all the world's evil, right? To become evil incarnate, if you would take that as an example, right? And in the Fate universe, they assigned one child to be all of the world's evil. So if you wanted to hit them because you felt a certain way, it was okay to hit them because they're evil. Right?
That's not okay.
If you wanted to do certain unspeakable acts to them because it's tainting you, well, do it to Angra Mainyu. It doesn't matter. Angra Mainyu's evil and deserves it.
But it's those acts that make them evil.
But they're the reason why evil exists, so you do it to evil and you're not evil for doing it.
No.
Welcome to the Angra Mainyu complex.
It's not.
That's what I'm saying. That is the Angra Mainyu complex. Right?
Cyril, my brain is breaking.
That's why it's easily called the Angra Mainyu complex. He wants there to be no war. So by becoming the only executor of war, he makes people suffer war. He makes people suffer the effects of war to prevent war. It's Thus, it's a complex that doesn't work. Because by inciting the miseries of war, you cause war, which you're trying to stomp out.
Damn you.
The Valley of Orankanka, northwest of here. Come on, even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklama off on her attempts. So yeah, there's a bright gold,
Makes me worried for just how poorly he treated that alpaca to get it to follow.
Well, see, that's the question. Did he actually treat it poorly, or as per what Surreal, his follower, said? Did it yield just to his strength, right?
Which sounds like being treated poorly to me.
Well, see, for example, right, if you give Hoof an intimidating aura, people are going to be well intimidated, right?
That is fair, yes.
So if he didn't... I don't think it would have followed if he had hit it, right? It wasn't in chains, it was following of its own free will, right? So... he didn't even mount it, if you think about it, right? He didn't put a saddle or anything.
Fear, though.
But it's following because it recognized him as a leader, right?
But leader being led
like
by
a pack
fear,
leader kind of thing.
Or yeah, it's a whole can of worms.
Right. It gives us enough information that it followed him of its own volition, and he said he impressed it with his strength. Right? And now we have a voice cutscene.
I don't need it.
If you're a creature that doesn't typically, that typically eschews any kind of, company.
Right. Like I said, it begs the question, how did he do it, right?
Yeah.
But and his only explanation being strength recognizes strength and is willing to yield accordingly. Makes you question, how did he do it? Right? So, alrighty. Voiced cutscene time, go!
Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their
You'll
home
be
too.
fine.
Right.
Beep.
I'm off.
Beep.
Is that a troll?
Yes, it is a troll.
That is a troll.
Let me
So shall
Let
we
me
head
find
back
my
to the
means.
ranch, or
staying here.
As will I. Wooklamart is alone in this.
Uh,
The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
Aww. Wooklamart has someone devoted.
Mm-hmm. Well, Clement doesn't have the biggest following, but the following that those following in her steps are those who actually care about the piece of Tyrol. You know?
Yep. Time to set up camp.
Yep. We're gonna wait for Wooklamart for a while, so we're gonna have to wait.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Amar did a little.
Someone whose
I
job it is to
see
travel
you,
the world
bitch.
and procure uncommon things for their employees.
Okay, so
Erenville
one of his
specializes in
friends
finding
gifted him
animals, I believe.
Stardew.
Uh-huh.
And when I'm not in full screen mode on anything, when
But
Steam
aren't
is
you
up, I
Shitama
get
from
notifications up in
Shatura?
the corner like so and so
Why
is
did you
playing
cross
such
this
and
out?
such.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw when he opened Stardew.
I see you there. Are you going to play with us? Wait, what?
Much younger.
It's just like that shining
So I
moment of
tagged
the
him on
axe and like
Discord.
Never even occurred to me.
it's like that moment with the axe and the shining just
Then, some years ago, my
So I
mentor tasked
texted
me
him on Discord saying, I see you, I saw that.
with something I could never find, she said.
And I've
So
just,
long as I
I've
clung
just
to
been
the
playing
familiar.
Stardew all day kind of thing.
She suggested that I leave home
Outside of when I'm
Leave
doing
Kra.
chores and shit.
and join the gleaners of Charlia. As
Yeah,
one of
it
the
was.
number, I
It's
could
just
experience the world.
It was a rather funny.
Immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs,
I see
the many
you.
faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important,
Did you have fun with it at
I
least?
would find that which I seek. My
See
younger
here.
self took those
The
words to
mods
heart,
my friend and I
and off I went to
is
become a
fault.
cleaner.
We're definitely fun. I'll say
I'm just
that.
gonna deafen for now because it is a
Alone,
kind of a
behind
seems like an important
everything
cutscene.
you've
So
ever known?
Oh.
You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, cleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
oh man, I'm sorry.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
Apparently.
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Yep.
Just so.
Now the question is, we spent all night out here in the middle of fuck all nowhere.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and
Or
arrange
she's
a
trying to
search
show
party.
up, or she's trying to show up Zoral.
Wait. Do you hear that?
She brought an alpaca back.
I did it.
Why does it look like you were fighting for your life? Look at that.
You're utterly spent. And small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
I mean, we knew you were going to be able to pull it off. You got plot armor, Wook. Like I said, Wilklamot is such a wholesome being of a character.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we're back.
achievement.
Sorry about that.
Hi, Zach.
We did try to keep a little quieter since we didn't have the sound to contend with.
It's fine. It was one of those. I was like, oh, I want to listen to this, right?
I don't blame you. I
Yeah.
was reading along as best I could myself.
Yeah. I mean, knowing the Pelu Pelu, now it's time to take Wook's personal alpaca in.
It's not golden, but came in and came back riding, not leading, which I think is probably better.
I would hope so, right?
Yeah. It shows greater trust and your greater whatchamacallits.
Greater mastery, I think, is of the intended objective.
Yeah.
You have your alpacas. I have my friend Barnaby.
You have your chocobo.
I literally did name him Barnaby.
Oh, I know. I understand.
Like, hold on, let me pull up companion. See, look.
Chocobo here kind of looks like
Barnaby. His name's right there.
That just reminds me of Bart's and his chocobo. Jeez.
He has a porksy. Okay.
That was kind of cute.
When pigs literally fly? I know, right?
Jeez. I know he named the choco. Okay, it's Boko.
Yeah, Chocobo.
Rival.
No, like Bart.
Did you know that there's
Bart's...
a weapon in Stardew that is actually an Easter egg for Terraria?
Oh yeah.
It's great.
But you were
It's not
sorry.
the best weapon, but
But you were saying.
sorry about that. I was reading and I didn't think. I'm sorry, Eric.
What about Boko the Choco?
Bart's literally named his chocobo Boko.
Yeah. That's not the only time there's been a Chocobo named Boko.
Really?
Yeah. Boko the Choco comes from Tactics as well.
Oh.
But you also can find in some of the races in Final Fantasy XIV, you can actually sometimes bet on Boko the Chocobo.
Let's see here.
Like, Boko shows up in a lot of different places.
Let's see here. Final Fantasy 5. Final Fantasy 8, 9, 13-2, Tactics, Tactics A2. Okay, I'll give World of Final Fantasy a pass. Since that's a select.
But yeah, no, he shows up in like the baby Chocobo in Final Fantasy VIII. Dirge Cerberus, one of the WRO members, mentions he keeps a river Chocobo named Boko. Right? Final Fantasy IX, Boko is a card in the Tetramaster minigame. 13.2, Chocolina's catchphrase is Choco Bocolina. And one of the Paradigm Pack monsters is Boko. Boko is Ygraph's Chocobo in Tactics Advance 2. The Hunter U, if you give him a Chocobo, you'll get a special request which will have the Boko, he'll name the Chocobo you gave him Boko. Right. He's in a bunch of the different card games. Chocobo's Crystal Tower. Boko is the name of the legendary Chocobo there. Like,
let's see here. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. 13-2. like, of course he would be in the trading card game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In Dissidia, Bart specifically carries a feather of Boko and gives it to Squall. Right?
Yeah.
And during his EX burst, you can actually hear a Chocobo cry at the beginning of it. In that game, right? Like, Boko is such an eponymous reference for, like, Chocobos in general. That's why I keep calling him Boko the Choco.
Honestly, the name I'd probably end up using for Chocobo, Kulu.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, fair enough. You want to know why that's fair enough? Because the fucking song that they play during that quest is literally the Chocobo theme.
Also, Sagro,
Hmm.
we don't talk about Tetramaster.
Well, I did already, so fuck off. But yeah, no, seriously. Amar, during the quest with the Kulu Yaku holding the crystal and that kept growing, that leads to Behemoth.
I hated that one.
The music playing during that is the Chocobo theme.
Okay, fair.
That's why I'm like, okay, you named him. You would name a Chocobo Kulu. That's fair. That makes a lot of sense. I think you did. You
I
not
didn't
know
know
that?
that was the Chocobo theme.
The. Yeah, that's the Chocobo theme.
I did not know it was the Chocobo theme.
You hear me do that little thing when my brain is trying to load something sometimes. You heard it at camp this year.
Chocobo looks like a Kulu. Kind of. All I know is it kind of looks like a Kulu.
So, I mean, it makes sense though why that song's stuck in my brain sometimes, you know? Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoral Jaw did. Well, look, Lamont, these aren't Pokemon, so it's fine. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a singular other person is known to have caught one before, that being Galul Jaja himself, so the current Dawn Servant.
Shit, that one's following in his papa's footsteps.
Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliyohal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yakoi, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came young Gulu Jaja, yet unburned by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed... Do you see what I mean by look how big this motherfucker is?
Mimo. Need to get out of full screen.
He is bigger than Bakul Jaja.
Oh, wow.
Like, that is Papa. That is the current Dawn Servant as a kid. Well, as a young man. That make more sense why I was like, holy shit, right? Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yakoi in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulu Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from our cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated when the visitor decided to do next. He ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yakuai's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans.
So, in a way, both of them are following in his footsteps. Wu Clement is following in the getting to know footsteps.
And see, this is the thing, right? The entire purpose of these feats that they're being asked to do is recreating his footsteps. Right?
And they're all taking different approaches in doing so.
Mm-hmm.
Except the chosen one who seems intent on cheating.
Yeah. It was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed.
The saga has to cover many events, whereas their tales cover their events.
Then you may not know that Gulu Jaja saw a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus, he did capture a golden alpaca, which is where the Lay of Gold. So my brother and father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could imagine. Or I could manage.
Yeah, but you're doing something that, while your father did, your brother did not.
The feat required no more than that, Third Promise. He brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Moblu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result.
Especially since he didn't stick around.
You should be proud of the accomplishment which earned you your keystone. That's 2 down, Wu Clement.
That one looks minorly different from the one he gave the brother.
It's also time of day at the moment, too.
That's right, I forgot. Time of day
And that's
does
2
change
down.
coloration.
5 more to go. You're well on your way now, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand the alpacas I was uncomfortable around them. We've solved racism, everybody. Wait, I'm sorry.
We've solved what?
We've solved racism.
Uncomfortable.
I was only uncomfortable around them because I didn't understand them. Damn.
Yeah, well, I mean, if only more people would... Oh, well, it's probably a losing battle at this point.
I'm thankful to you as well, Wu Clement. You've given me courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Tobly, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with much happiness as I could provide. Never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. Glad it's me to hear that you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobly. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yakoi. They once ruled over far more than just Urkopacha and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yaktural and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of the fabled place.
I wonder if this is like the either Mayan or Aztec. I can't remember the culture. But the
El Dorado, the magnificent. That's what I'm. That's. If you're thinking El Dorado, it's more Mayan, but yes.
I was actually thinking that this city of gold isn't necessarily a golden city, but it's a euphemism.
I make the El Dorado joke, but you know. Because I mean, it's
that.
basically
It is very much a D&D campaign where you roll nothing but 20s and 1s.
Right. They may have not found
I can't remember much of it because I was too busy dying of laughter.
Both? Both is good.
Both is good. Both is good.
You may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated.
I love the ears on her jacket.
They're classic. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Climb the tower. I tried to say spire and tower at the same time, and it sounded like, and I said tire. Oh, Growl, I have a question since I've been meaning to ask since we've finished the feat. Where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yaktural around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more significance than simple faction. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu?
I mean, she kind of already jumped in and helping you.
Mm-hmm. Right then. That's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuliyohol and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant. So make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion.
I mean, the best mezcal's probably already going to be set aside.
She has a fearsome opponent, that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard of Zorolja's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating. Terrifying, even. Whereas I've grown to love Wickham Lamont. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right.
It's not just about accomplishing great feats. It's about the connections you make.
Exactly.
And Wuklama is more forging the connections, while her competitors, other than Asshole, are focused on the great feats.
Well, like, Zorolja is focused on what he... Zorolja and Koana... Kona. I keep saying Koana because of Moana, right?
Yeah.
but it's pronounced Kona. They are going about this as, I will become the Dawn Servant, and I don't have to change, right? I'm good enough as I am. And it's not a good mentality, I'll be honest.
Not always, no.
But Wilmot's going in here with literally like an open mind and willing. She did not like alpacas. But she now has her own alpaca, basically.
And a greater appreciation.
A greater appreciation not just for the alpacas, but for the Pelu Pelu as a whole. And just like before
And
with the
same
Hanu Hanu.
happened. But yeah.
I know I shouldn't let about me, and gods know you all have been so supported, but I want to be strong, or wise, like my brothers. To be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on about things. Let's move on. Back to Zabalia of Tai with us. The contest has hardly
You
begun.
don't have to be strong or wise. Your advisors in your military can do that for you.
Ah. A
If
leader
you're
does need to have a
likable.
certain level of strength and a certain level of wisdom.
I mean, yes, a certain level, yes, but it doesn't have to be all there is. The fact that she's so likable is probably more than enough.
And see, that's the thing. I was about to say, I'm sorry, your chocobo looks like it's gonna tell me Buenos Dias fuckboy and then poke my eyes out. Like, fuck. Oh god, he looked at me!
That's a cactus!
No. Chocobo!
Now I know where the cactus comes from. It comes from this game.
Yes!
They're cactars or something like
They're called cactars, yep. They come from Final Fantasy. Can you go back and clip that of him just turning and looked at me as I said that?
Give me a mo. I'm waiting for it to load.
Oh my god, that was so good. I was
I'm
not
clipping it right now.
Thank you. I was not ready for that to suddenly happen. Oh, my cheeks hurt from that one. Contest barely begun and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope.
Okay. It's in chat and I'm taking it over to
The clip from
Discord
stream.
now.
Thank you.
And it is now in Discord as well. It wouldn't let me say oh fuck, so I had to change it.
You know, it's fair.
That's part of what took me so long, other than finding that little segment.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Now let's find out what the next one we're doing. What next options we get, or if we're forced to do one specifically. We've now won keystones from both the Feet of Reeds and the Feet of Gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one? So
Well,
it
if
would
you've only
seem.
faced those 2.
By continuing to retrace Golujaja's journey as presented in the sagas, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the giants next. Like Krell said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they actually know something useful. The home of the Yakoi is in the upper reaches of Urkopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, I'll have to take the long way around. To Gazama Oka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So, we'll call in the Moblins first then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem.
Dear.
The flight of Wee Wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin Sublint, collapsed in this storm. What are we to do then? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it is ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination. Of course. Who do you take me for?
Someone who gets seasick?
Then as your guide, I will see to the arrangements.
What do you take me for? Someone who gets seasick and doesn't
More
like
alpacas. Well, it seems like we have some free time on our hands. Let's make the most of it. It's time for tacos.
Ooh, that actually sounds pretty good right now.
It is the first food that Wook Lamont tried to get us, and then Bakuja just stomped on our bag of tacos. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bakuja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Roleplay, did I? He's the man in charge of Wachumeki, and a good person to know. Wanna come along? Sure. Let's go then.
Meet up real quick.
Man, names in this game, this DLC are such a trip to try to say. Ready? The marksons of Wachumeki are to the east, on the other side of Bayside Bevy. Oh boy. Everybody and their mother's still crafting in this area. I mean, to be expected, right? I mean, we'll be wrapping it up in a little while, though, just because I am very spicy. I'm very Aunt T's Tacos. This is Aunt T's Tacos, named for her owner, the lovely T Soul. You're after the best tacos in Tuliohal. This place sits among the top as the Valley of Tai. You say that, though, promise. But you only ever eat old Brook Evu's food. Come and buy mine for a change. We'll be fine with any for trouble, so long as it gets there. Cue giant slingshot. Nice. Sorry, T-Soul. It has been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop by for a bite once the contest is over.
Alright.
Let's see. Roleplay. Ah, my mind. I have to mute Amar for a little bit.
It's fixed.
Okay, it's fixed?
Yeah, I just realized what I had done when I unplugged on accident.
Oops.
So,
My
I went and deleted my game. I was hungry, so I came downstairs. Lunch nuggets. I forgot to ask. Give me one. I'm hungry.
It's been chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, are we? Something like that. Think you can fix it? You stand among Tural's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? 'Tis child's play. I'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I'll leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if you may ask? This is Henri, a great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. I brought her here to meet you, actually. Thought you might have reason to visit Wachumeki sooner or later. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of this grand center of trade. Pleasure to meet you. You there, stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already.
Rival, that's absolutely terrifying. Giant slingshot.
I've seen that man somewhere before. Oh, I've seen you before, dude. You were on the boat. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over. Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Von Jantain? Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. Why are you here? That is to say... Run away! We're no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if we could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by link Pearl if you find him first. Alright, we're gonna wait on doing hide and seek, because I am getting tired, because I had 2 long nights in a row, and I would like to get some extra sleep tonight, if you know what I mean. So,
Alright.
Let's go find someone to raid. Didn't realize I was still on display capture this entire time.
What was that?
I didn't realize I was on display capture this entire time at the point. You know, I haven't raided him in a while. Slash raid Nox Lumina 0. He's raided me a bunch of different times, and I haven't been able to raid him back. So, he's also playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. So, yeah. He is a buddy tuber as well. He also plays with the Bud Bun, and it looks like he's playing around in his house at the moment. Or someone's house. So, alrighty guys, you guys have fun, hang out with him. I will see you guys tomorrow for more of No Complaint Final Fantasy. See you guys then.
Easier then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I can never remember which emotes it is. I think it's the Fae one.